Chapter 958. Cold Sky Slash. Cold Sky Slash. I have Nirvana. I have Nirvana. All 4 attacks landed on the Crimson Rock Giant, shattering it in an instant. Ding. Host has completed the mission of killing the Crimson Rock Giant. 1 Devour point has been obtained. The system notification finally rang out. Xianxia could now confirm that the Crimson Rock Giant was dead. At this time, Xianxia reverted to his true form and went over to devour the Crimson Rock Giant's shattered body. The huge armor outside the mine and the boulder that Xianxia had shattered were only the Crimson Rock Giant's armor, so they weren't worth much. The shattered body was the Crimson Rock Giant's body. After Xianxia devoured all the red fragments, Xianxia heard another notification. Ding! Xianxia broke through. Now, Xianxia was at 4th grade human body disaster, but Xianxia felt that it wasn't over yet. Xianxia's refining speed was fast, but it wasn't fast enough to refine such a powerful or in a few breaths' time. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Xianxia broke through. 5th grade human body disaster. After Xianxia devoured the Crimson Rock Giant, his strength increased by 2 times, reaching 5th grade human body disaster. But it wasn't over yet. Ding! Xianxia broke through. The 3rd system notification rang out, and Xianxia broke through to 6th grade human body disaster. You really earned big this time. Xianxia looked at the excited Xianxia and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, this time, he also gained a single Devour point. He didn't let senior brother Lian and the others go in vain to chase after the Crimson Rock Giant. Although his realm didn't increase, Xianxia jumped 3 levels, 2 levels higher than Xianxia, so Xianxia's strength increased by 2 to 3 times. Let's go back and take a look. After thinking carefully, Xianxia decided to return to the Crimson Rock Mine. After all, there might still be a Crimson Rock Spider King there. As for senior brother Lian, it was very likely that he ran back to the Crimson Rock sect to complain. In any case, they made the first move. This was what Xianxia thought. After all, he was the victim. He immediately rushed towards the Blood Rock Mine. When he returned to the large hole that the Blood Rock Giant had created, he found that there was no one there. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Did they all run away? Xianxia thought in surprise. However, this was still acceptable. After all, before the Crimson Stone Giant exploded, its attack power was astonishing. It could definitely stomp a 6-stage human body disaster cultivator to death with a single stomp. If they didn't run, would they be courting death? Furthermore, the strength of the explosion was enough to crush the majority of the disciples to death. Xianxia was too lazy to look for the other disciples. He directly drilled into the burrow. His target this time was the Bloodstone Spider King. There weren't many people left in the Blood Rock Mine. After all, they didn't know if there were more Blood Rock Giants down there. Xianxia walked around the Blood Rock Spider nest for a while and finally found the largest Blood Rock Spider. It seemed to be the Blood Rock Spider King. Mighty Might is now a 6th grade, 1st stage, supreme, spiritual treasure. Coupled with the Sword Aura, it can definitely injure this Blood Rock Spider King. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He quickly turned around and attacked the Blood Rock Spider King. At this moment, he was fusing with his doppelganger. After all, this could increase his strength by 30%. Xiao! An ice-cold sword ray slashed at the Blood Rock Spider King. In an instant, the Blood Rock Spider King hissed. Turbid and scarlet blood flowed out. As the Blood Rock Spider King moved, blood splattered everywhere. Originally, Xianxia wanted to see the Blood Rock Spider King and use myriad returning swords to kill it. However, it didn't seem to be necessary now. Cold Sky Slash. I have Nirvana. In any case, there were no other threats in the Blood Rock Mine. Xianxia wasn't afraid. After a few rounds, the Blood Rock Spider King was killed by him. At this moment, he quickly swept over and stored the corpse. Devourer. The sacred bee soul of a 6th grade human body disaster was comparable to all the Blood Rock spiders in the Blood Rock Mine. After Xianxia devoured it, his cultivation increased by a lot. However, he didn't hear the system's notification. Still not enough. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed and left. There were still many Blood Rock spiders in the Blood Rock Mine. If he cleaned them all up, it might be enough. Indeed, there wasn't a single person in the Bloodrock mine. Therefore, these Bloodrock spiders were all taken advantage of by Yixian. After he cleaned up the entire Bloodrock mine, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at 5th grade human body disaster. After Yixian heard the notification, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through to 5th grade human body disaster. Although his realm hadn't reached the standard of inner disciples, his strength was close to the top among the disciples. There weren't many people under true energy disaster who could withstand 10,000 swords return to origin. After that, Yixian left the mine. However, there was a formation here, so he directly broke through the void. When he passed through the void, he was already back at the Bloodrock sect. As for the others, they were probably still on their way. I can't let that senior brother Lien complain first. After thinking about it, Yixian walked directly to the training hall. Previously, Dongxing had told him that if he obtained the Bloodrock Spider King's corpse, he would accept him as his disciple. However, Yixian didn't want to do that. Oh, you're back. After seeing Yixian at the back of the training hall, Dongxing asked in astonishment. Master, Yixian hurriedly recounted the situation. After Dongxing finished listening, he was extremely shocked. Bloodrock Giant? What happened to the giant? Dongxing asked. The Bloodrock Giant was a type of transcendent sacred beast. It was of a higher level than the Bloodrock Spider King, but it didn't have the sacred beast soul. I'm not sure. Yixian shook his head. Although Dongxing was his master, he was a little neurotic and didn't trust people easily. Therefore, it was better to keep it a secret. Dongxing didn't ask anymore and said that Lien Cheng is the direct disciple of an outer sect alchemy hall elder, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Don't worry, I'll definitely make him peel off his skin. Thank you, master. Yixian thanked him. Don't worry about it. You actually managed to break through from the 3rd level of human body disaster to the 5th level of human body disaster in just a few short days. I don't even know how you cultivate. Continue to work hard, and when you break through the 6th level of human body disaster, I'll accept you as my personal disciple. Dongxing nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he wanted to accept Yixian right now. Although Yixian didn't bring back the corpse of the Bloodrock Spider King, Yixian's aptitude was definitely first in the outer sect. Chapter 9:59. After that, Yixian directly left Dongxing's residence. Although Lien Cheng was also an elder's disciple, and a direct disciple at that, he had violated the sect rules. With Dongxing around, the one who would be punished would definitely be Lien Cheng. Therefore, Yixian returned to his residence and quietly waited for Lien Cheng and the others to return. He estimated that it would still take half a day. I heard that as an outer sect disciple, as long as they defeat an inner sect disciple, they will be able to enter the inner sect. At that time, I will directly challenge that senior brother Gua. Yixian's eyes flickered. He still remembered the words that senior brother Gua had said before, as well as the other party's high and mighty attitude. He wanted to see what kind of expression senior brother Gua would have when he stepped on him. Young master, I've broken through to the 2nd layer of human body disaster. Just as Yixian returned to his residence, Luoluo's excited voice rang out in his mind. And good luck. Yixian encouraged her. At the age of 15, Luoluo had only entered the Bloodrock sect for 2 months, yet she had already broken through to the 2nd layer of human body disaster. Her aptitude could be considered top-notch. However, Yixian had broken through to the 5th layer of human body disaster from the peak of the 9th layer of human body disaster in just 2 months. His aptitude had directly surpassed Luoluo's. As for what had happened today, Yixian did not plan to tell Luoluo, as he did not want to distract her. Now that I have one more Devour point, which one should I strengthen? Yixian had been pondering in his heart. There were many uses for Devour points. They could be used to exchange for Supreme Being's spiritual treasures, bloodline evolution pills, etc. In fact, Yixian really wanted Luoluo to evolve again, but he did not have enough Devour points. Therefore, he decided to keep this Devour point first and look at it again in the future, as it might be useful in the future. Very quickly, half a day had passed. However, Dongxing brought back a piece of news that disappointed Yixian. Yixian, that Lian Cheng and the others insisted that they did not see you that day. Furthermore, there was an inner sect elder behind them. So, Dongxing found Yixian and said helplessly. Although he believed Yixian's words, there was no one else that day. As long as Lian Cheng and the others' words were consistent, Yixian had no proof. Is that so? Yixian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Lian Cheng and the others were intimidated by the strength he revealed at that time. Fortunately, he didn't use his sword force at that time, and the only time he used it was blocked by the Blood Rock Giant's huge leg, so the other party didn't know. Otherwise, the one looking for Yixian wouldn't be Dongxing. However, he also understood that that inner court elder was very possibly Luo's master, Elder Yongzhen. Yixian thought in his heart. Seeing him like this, Dongxing said, "Among the outer sect disciples, there is no one who is your opponent. In 3 days, it will be the inner sect assessment. As long as you pass the assessment or defeat an inner sect disciple, you will be able to enter the inner sect. With your aptitude, it will not be a problem for you to be accepted as a direct disciple of an inner sect elder." Originally, Dongxing wanted to accept Yixian as a disciple, but he knew his own limits. He felt that there was no way he could teach Yixian, so he could only give it up and give it to an inner sect elder. "Master, I will definitely be able to enter the inner sect," Yixian said solemnly. To enter the inner sect, one had to be at least at the 7th stage of human body disaster. Only a small number of disciples at the 6th stage of human body disaster passed the assessment. However, with his current strength, he could kill someone at the 7th stage of human body disaster with a single strike. Passing the assessment or defeating an inner sect disciple would not be a problem. "Good, Master believes in you." Dongxing revealed a satisfied smile. Although he had several direct disciples, 2 of which were at the 6th stage of human body disaster, none of them had the same confidence as Yixian. After that, Dongxing left. The reason he came here was to remind Yixian to be more careful and not go out. At this time, it was already late at night. However, tonight would not be a peaceful night. Not long after Dongxing left, another person arrived at Yixian's residence. "I never thought that you would actually play the pig to eat the tiger. Your strength is not bad." A familiar voice entered Yixian's ears. Yixian did not need to go out to know that the person who came was definitely that inner sect disciple, Senior Brother Gua. Hearing the voice, he walked out and said indifferently, "Senior Brother Gua has some great methods. You even managed to suppress the matter of killing your fellow disciples." "Aha, you don't need to provoke me. I will not admit to it." The corner of Senior Brother Gua's mouth slightly curled up, saying, "Your survival from a great calamity was out of my expectations. Now, I will give you a chance. Submit to me, and I will let you enter the inner sect in 3 days." What? Yixian suspected that he had heard wrongly. This Senior Brother Gua actually wanted him to submit? Was this a joke? "Senior Brother Gua thinks too highly of yourself. What ability do you have to make me your subordinate?" Yixian's tone was full of disdain, as if he did not put Senior Brother Gua in his eyes at all. "Then you can stay in the outer sect for the rest of your life," Senior Brother Gua said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but shrink back. He pretended to be very worried, saying, "It seems that Senior Brother Gua can control the inner sect examination. However, Senior Brother Gua, have you forgotten that there is another way to enter the inner sect?" Senior Brother Gua naturally knew what Yixian was referring to. He sneered, saying, "You want to challenge an inner sect disciple with just your strength. Not only do I want to challenge an inner sect disciple, I also want to challenge you, Senior Brother Gua. I wonder if Senior Brother Gua will accept?" Yixian said with a smile. These words completely enraged Senior Brother Gua. Yixian actually wanted to step on him to enter the inner sect. Just how ignorant was he? His strength was considered to be at the peak of 7th layer human body disaster. However, Yixian had only killed a 6th layer human body disaster and dared to challenge him. This was simply courting death. "Since you overestimate yourself, then I will wait and see," Senior Brother Gua coldly shouted and suddenly slapped down with his palm. Pum! The house behind Yixian instantly collapsed, turned into ruins by Senior Brother Gua's palm. At this time, they were in the Bloodrock sect, so Senior Brother Gua did not dare to slap Yi Xian in the face. He could only vent his anger on Yi Xian's house. After destroying Yi Xian's house, Senior Brother Gua floated away, leaving behind Yi Xian and the surrounding disciples who were quietly hiding to watch. This brat, does he really think that he has the qualifications to contend against an inner sect disciple just because he is an outer sect elder's disciple? He really doesn't want to live anymore. Senior Brother Gua's master is Elder Yang Zhen of the inner sect. Even if he enters the inner sect, he probably won't be able to survive. What a joke. A fifth-layer human body disaster wants to pass the examination? It's not like we don't know how many sixth-layer human body disaster senior brothers have failed the examination. What examination? Didn't this brat say that he wanted to challenge Senior Brother Gua? Crazy. He's really crazy. Chapter 960. The first time Senior Brother Gua had come, Yi Xian's door had been smashed apart. This time, Senior Brother Gua had directly destroyed Yi Xian's house. Senior Brother Gua's overbearingness was already enough to show. In the eyes of these outer disciples, Yi Xian was a brat who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. He was completely treating his future as a joke. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian didn't take Senior Brother Gua seriously at all. His door was smashed, his house was destroyed, and he was besieged in the Bloodrock mine. All of these grudges were things that Yi Xian would take revenge for in 3 days. In Yi Xian's heart, Senior Brother Gua was just a stepping stone for him to enter the inner sect. There's still 3 days left. I'll go and accept a few more missions. Although it's unlikely for me to break through to 6th grade human body disaster, I'll still be able to increase my strength. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Although he did not place that Senior Brother Gua, who was at the 7th stage of human body disaster, in his eyes, he would not waste these 3 days. After all, that Senior Brother Gua was simply an ant in front of his true enemy. The Yin-Yang Old Ancestor was at least at the manifestation realm. Even spirit disaster experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him, not to mention Senior Brother Gua, who hadn't even reached true energy disaster. However, there were currently no 6-star missions in the outer sect. As for 5-star missions, Yi Xian estimated that even if he completed 2 or 3 of them, he wouldn't be able to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian headed towards the training hall. This time, he didn't need to report to Dong Xing and directly accepted a 5-star mission. In the following days, he went to complete the training hall missions. After completing them, he would be able to obtain some wealth from the training hall and some from the mission system. In addition to the rewards he obtained during the missions, he had increased his strength by quite a bit in the past 3 days. However, the result was as he had expected. He was unable to break through to 6th grade human body disaster. If there were 6-star missions, I'm afraid that I would be able to break through. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Tomorrow was the day of the inner sect examination. Many outer sect disciples who had gone out had also returned. The inner sect examination required registration, but the other method of challenging inner sect disciples didn't. When the time came, they could just call the names. Young Master, are you going to the inner sect examination tomorrow? At night, Luo also asked. Of course, but I'm going to challenge an inner sect disciple tomorrow. He's your master's Senior Brother Gua, Yi Xian replied. Senior Martial Brother Gua? All right, young master, you have to beat him up tomorrow. This person is too annoying, always helping people send me flowers. But young master, you have to be careful. This Senior Brother Gua seems to be my master's illegitimate son. Luo suddenly told Yi Xian a shocking fact. Your master's illegitimate son? What happened? Yi Xian asked in surprise. A son was a son. How could he be an illegitimate child? Master only has one son. His name is Guo, but this is her and her husband's child. However, Master's husband died when he went out to train, so Master secretly gave birth to another child with another person, which was this Senior Martial Brother Guoliang. However, Master said that Guoliang was adopted by her. Luo explained. So you're saying that this Senior Martial Brother Gua has an older half-brother named Guo? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Yes, this Guo is already at 9th stage human body disaster and is currently attempting true energy disaster. Moreover, I heard that he has a good relationship with a young sect master. Luo nodded. Now, Yixian finally understood why this Guoliang was so rampant. It turned out that his mother was an elder, and he had an older half-brother who had a good relationship with the young sect master of the Bloodrock sect. However, Yixian would not choose not to take revenge because of the other party's background. Since Luo knows about this, then it shouldn't be a secret in the inner sect. Yixian thought for a while, then asked, "Then Luo, do you know who this Guoliang's father is?" "But I don't know. Therefore, young master, you have to be careful. If you beat up senior martial brother Guoliang, you might offend many people," Luo reminded him. "I understand, but you have to be careful of your master. She doesn't seem to be a good person," Yixian also reminded her. Unexpectedly, Luo giggled. "Yes, she keeps letting me interact with Guoliang. It seems that she has ulterior motives towards me." After hearing this, Yixian let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this little girl Luo would be easily fooled, but now it seemed that Luo was not that foolish. In the Bloodrock sect, Luo was still relatively safe. Yixian had previously set up a void positioning system in Luo's residence. If Luo was in any danger in the future, he could instantly teleport over and hide Luo in the storage space. But then again, Yixian was going to challenge Senior Martial Brother Guo tomorrow. Senior Martial Brother Guo's background was a little troublesome, so he felt that he should show some mercy to avoid embarrassing Elder Yangzhen. As the house was destroyed, Yixian did not have a place to rest, so he simply sat cross-legged in the courtyard for the night. Originally, Dongxing had sent people to rebuild a new house for Yixian, but Yixian refused. He wanted to leave the ruins and let Guoliang see what it meant to overestimate one's strength. Soon, the next day arrived. Bloodrock sect had several thousand outer disciples, but only 100 of them had reached 6th grade mortal body disaster. Today, these 100 people were gathered together, preparing to participate in the inner sect examination. Of course, there were more than 10 people like Yixian preparing to directly challenge the inner sect disciples. If they succeeded in their challenge, they would directly enter the inner sect. If they failed, they would lose this opportunity. There were many people participating in the inner sect examination, at least 500 people. Among them, the majority were 5th grade mortal body disaster disciples, but before the inner sect examination, they would first challenge each other. At this time, several thousand people had already gathered in the outer sect martial field of the Bloodrock sect. They're here. The inner sect elders are here. There are also several dozen inner sect senior martial brothers. I wonder how many people will choose to directly challenge the inner sect senior martial brothers this time. The entire field was in an uproar. Although the inner sect examination had nothing to do with the majority of people, it was still very interesting to watch. Yixian, who was mixed in the crowd, swept a glance over. This time, there were more than 50 inner sect disciples that came, and at the same time, there were also close to 10 inner sect elders. The inner sect elders were all experts of true energy disaster. As for Dongxing, who had accepted Yixian as his disciple, he was only at 9th grade mortal body disaster. Mortal body disaster greatly increased one's physique, while true energy disaster greatly increased the strength of one's true energy. As for spirit disaster, it greatly increased the strength of one's spirit. When the strength of one's spirit increased, one's physical body and true energy would also increase. Furthermore, the increase would be even greater than when one was at mortal body disaster or spirit disaster. Therefore, the suppression of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters was stronger. At this time, Yixian's gaze swept over and landed on a person, Guoliang. At this time, Guoliang was standing behind a female elder. It seemed that this female elder was Guoliang's mother, as well as Luo's master, Yangzhen. Chapter 9:61. 10 inner sect elders, 10 true energy disaster experts. Yixian's heart trembled. However, even if Yangzhen was present, she would not be able to stop him from violently beating up Guoliang. Today, he actually had a plan, and that was to control Guoliang so as to avoid any unexpected problems in the future. All right, everyone quiet down. A middle-aged elder appeared in the air above the training grounds. When his voice rang out, everyone quieted down. The intersect examination is about to begin, but before that, there will be a challenge round. As long as someone succeeds in challenging an intersect disciple, they will be able to directly enter the intersect. After the middle-aged elder finished speaking, he looked around and said, "There are 50 intersect disciples here, with the weakest being its 6th grade human body disaster. Each person can only be challenged once. Who will go first?" Among the intersect disciples that the elders had brought this time, there were 3 6th grade human body disaster experts. These 3 people's strengths were comparatively weaker. Therefore, there were several powerful outer sect disciples who had set their eyes on them. "I'll go first. I'll go first." As soon as the middle-aged elder finished speaking, 3 people immediately jumped out. "You're first, you're second, and you're last." The middle-aged elder casually arranged the order for the 3 people. These 3 people were all at 6th grade human body disaster, and there were also 3 6th grade human body disaster experts among the 50 intersect disciples. The outer sect disciple that was called first walked over and swept his gaze around, finally landing on an intersect disciple. This intersect disciple was the one who had entered the intersect last time, and his strength was comparatively the weakest. "Senior brother, please come out and fight." The outer sect disciple shouted. All right. The long-haired youth that was called out loudly shouted and landed on the stage. The last time, he had also challenged an intersect senior brother and succeeded in entering the intersect. However, this time, he was the one who was called out. For the sake of face, he had to go all out. If he lost to an intersect disciple, that would be a shameful matter. After all, there were thousands of people here. "Begin," the middle-aged elder shouted. In the next instant, the 2 6th grade human body disaster disciples began to fight. From the start, the 2 of them had already brought out their full strength. One of them wanted to enter the intersect, while the other wanted to protect his face. Therefore, they had no choice but to face each other. Yixian looked at the 2 of them with an indifferent expression. However, his attention was on Guoliang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at Yixian with a mocking expression. That gaze seemed to be saying, "Trash, if you dare to challenge me today, I will beat you until half of your body is paralyzed." Yixian glanced at Guoliang and didn't pay him any more attention. Suddenly, a figure flashed to his side. "Hee, young master." It was unknown when Luo had run over. She intimately held onto Yixian's arm and giggled. When the group of disciples standing beside Yixian saw Luo's inner disciple robes, they all retreated. At the same time, they looked at Yixian with astonishment. F***K, an outer disciple hooked up with a senior sister of the inner disciples? What a good move. Luo wasn't human. Her fused tail shook in the air. From time to time, she would scratch Yixian's waist. The eyes of the people behind them lit up when they saw this. There weren't only humans in the Holy Land. There were many other races. However, this was the first time they had seen such a cute girl from the Fox clan. If they could marry her, they would be willing to lose 10 years of their lives. "This girl is here to make enemies for me." Yixian rolled his eyes. Luo was an inner disciple, but she was holding onto the arm of an outer disciple. This attracted the attention of many people. Not only that, Guoliang looked at Yixian with an angry expression. If Yixian was Luo's biological brother, he would have tried to curry favor with him. However, Yixian and Luo weren't biological siblings. This was why he was so jealous. Fortunately, Yangzhen told him that Luo was still a virgin. When Elder Yangzhen saw this scene, she snorted and said, "Luo, come here." Hearing those words, Luo pouted unwillingly. Then, she slowly floated over. Soon, the outcome of the battle was decided. The challenger lost, and lost the opportunity to enter the intersect. As for the intersect disciple who was challenged, he managed to keep his face. Next, it was the second challenger. His opponent was still an intersect disciple of 6th level human body disaster. "Senior brother, please." "Junior brother, please." Another battle broke out on the stage. In less than half a minute, the outcome of the battle was decided. The challenger lost again. Those who were able to enter the inner sect were all well-known figures of their generation. How could they lose so easily? Next, it was the third challenger. This third challenger's strength could be considered to be quite good. He had probably accumulated his strength for a long time before winning. Very good. Finally, there's one person who succeeded. From today onwards, you are an inner sect disciple of my Bloodcliff sect. The middle-aged elder said to the third challenger. Thank you, elder. The third outer sect disciple cupped his fists respectfully. As of now, the 3 disciples of 6th level human body disaster had been challenged. Therefore, the following challengers were not allowed to challenge them. In fact, true geniuses did not like to challenge opponents of the same level. Their goal was to challenge those of a higher level. For an outer sect disciple of 6th level human body disaster to successfully defeat an inner sect disciple of 6th level human body disaster, this was indeed something that would make people's eyes light up. However, if an outer sect disciple of 6th level human body disaster were to beat an inner sect disciple of 7th level human body disaster out of the stage, wouldn't everyone present be shocked? Entering the inner sect did not mean that one would be chosen by an elder. However, if one was able to challenge those of a higher level, one would definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder. Therefore, many people had such thoughts. Even if they failed, they could wait for the next challenge. As long as they succeeded and were accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder, they would soar to the heavens. Is there anyone else? The middle-aged elder shouted. Before he finished speaking, a person flew out. It was still an outer sect disciple of 6th level human body disaster. Good. Who do you want to challenge? The middle-aged elder asked. Senior brother Xianxia, please come out for a battle. The outer sect disciple shouted. The Xianxia he spoke of was an inner sect disciple of 7th level human body disaster. This time, he wanted to challenge Xianxia to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, shameless boasting. After hearing this, Xianxia coldly snorted in his heart. At this moment, being challenged by someone was an extremely disgraceful thing. After all, the other party thought that you were a persimmon that was easy to pinch. However, due to the rules, he still flew down. At the same time, he was prepared to teach this outer sect disciple who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Thank you, senior brother. That outer sect disciple cupped his fists and thanked Xianxia, then tightly gripped the war blade in his hand. Humph! Xianxia, who was challenged, coldly snorted. Begin. Chapter 962. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of true chi clashing resounded in the arena. From the very beginning, the challenger had brought out his full strength. His attack power was actually stronger than Xianxia's, who was at 7th stage human body disaster. This scene gave the surrounding people a fright. One was at 6th stage human body disaster, while the other was at 7th stage human body disaster. However, the former's attack power was actually stronger than the latter's. This was rare. With a difference of 1 stage, both the physical body and true chi would be weaker than the opponent. However, this challenger's attack power was definitely not due to the weapon in his hand being a blade. 13 Demon Exterminating Blades. He mastered the 13 Demon Exterminating Blades. A sharp-eyed disciple cried out in alarm. The 13 Demon Exterminating Blades was a martial art that was rather difficult to master in the Bloodrock sect. Its attack power was very strong. Furthermore, there were very few people who used blades. Therefore, not many people had mastered it. However, this challenger had done it. So, it's this martial art. Not bad, not bad. The 13 Demon Exterminating Blades. Each blade is stronger than the previous. I wonder how many blades Xianxia can take. The middle-aged elder who was flying in the air muttered. He had a whole new level of respect for this challenger. This was because the 13 Demon Exterminating Blades was created by him. Therefore, he understood how difficult it was to master this blade art. In the arena, 6th blade, 7th blade, 8th blade, Xianxia, who was being challenged, had underestimated his opponent from the very beginning. As a result, he instantly fell into a disadvantage. As the 13 demon-exterminating blades continued to be used, its power also continued to increase. At the 8th blade, Yuan Hua had no choice but to reveal his true strength. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. 11th demon-exterminating blade. Bang! Yuan Hua's attack was easily defeated. Immediately after, he was struck by the 11th demon-exterminating blade and was sent flying. Fortunately, the power of the 11th demon-exterminating blade had been greatly reduced by his attack. Otherwise, this blade would have been enough to split his body in half. Challenge successful. The middle-aged man glanced at Yuan Hua, who was sent flying, and announced, "Hua." Once these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Successfully defeating an inner disciple of 7th-stage human body disaster while being at 6th-stage human body disaster, his aptitude was quite good. Yuan Hua vomited blood from the blade. He crawled up and glared fiercely at the challenger. However, at this moment, "You're not bad. You have actually cultivated the 13 blades to such a level. I wonder if you are willing to become my disciple?" The middle-aged elder asked the challenger. "Hua." Another uproar broke out in the crowd. "Elder, accept a disciple. This disciple is willing." The challenger hurriedly bowed. "All right." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. He was an expert of true energy disaster, so he was naturally able to tell that this challenger had not only cultivated the 13 demonic exterminating blades to the pinnacle, his movement technique was also extremely outstanding. Most importantly, this challenger had forcibly suppressed his realm to the 6th level of human body disaster. After today, he estimated that he would be able to cross the 7th level of human body disaster in less than 2 or 3 days. Congratulations, congratulations. The elders at the side also cupped their fists and said, "Now, the surrounding outer sect disciples finally understood that the challenger had a premeditated plan because the demon-exterminating 13 blades was created by the middle-aged elder. It was really a good plan. All right, let the challenge continue." The middle-aged elder was in a good mood because he had accepted a disciple with good potential. Immediately after, another person jumped up and challenged the 7th-level human body disaster intersect disciple. However, this challenger was in a miserable state and was utterly defeated. He was a typical example of overestimating his own strength. After that disciple, with an outstanding blade technique, several other people succeeded in their challenges. Of course, there were some who went easy on him. After all, there were some things that were not known to others. "Young master, aren't you going up?" Luo, who was standing beside Yang Zhen, said in his mind. "I'm going up now," Yixian replied. At this moment, one person was defeated and left the stage. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" The middle-aged elder shouted. "Yes." After passing through the 10 challengers, Yixian also felt that it was time for him to go on stage. At that moment, he responded and directly rushed up. Guoliang had been looking at Yixian with a mocking expression. He thought that Yixian was scared, but when he saw Yixian come out, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Yixian might have been joking when he said that he wanted to challenge him yesterday, so Guoliang didn't hold much hope. However, Yixian's target wouldn't change. And 5th level human body disaster? When Yixian came out, all the elders were shocked. "Brat, those who have been challenged can't be chosen again." The middle-aged elder said to Yixian. "Many thanks for the reminder, elder." Yixian thanked him, then looked at Guoliang and said, "Senior brother Gua, come down and fight." Bang! When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Yixian actually wanted to challenge him. 5th level human body disaster challenging a 7th level human body disaster was one thing, but he even wanted to challenge Guoliang, who was pretty strong. Was he tired of living? "Good, you have guts." Guoliang shouted and directly landed on the stage. He had been waiting for a long time for Yixian to say those words. "Are you sure you want to challenge Guoliang?" The middle-aged elder frowned and asked. "Yes," Yixian solemnly replied. "Good." The middle-aged elder didn't say anything else and said, "Then let's begin." In the previous few rounds, the two people on the stage would start fighting when the middle-aged elder's voice sounded. But this time it didn't happen. Guoliang looked at Yixian, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and said in a low voice, "No matter what your relationship with Luoluo is, you just have to remember that Luoluo will definitely be my woman in the future. Hee, Luoluo's husband in the future will definitely not be you." Yixian coldly laughed. "Let's wait and see." Guoliang's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of coldness. Yixian's talent was indeed not bad, but since he provoked him, he had to die prematurely. Xiao! In an instant, Guoliang made his move. A sharp sword light swept towards Yixian. Guoliang's strength could definitely be ranked first among the inner disciples who had just entered the stage. But when facing Yixian, even a dragon would have to lie down. At this moment, Yixian held the sky, trembling sword, and similarly slashed out. Cold Sky Slash. Pong! The two sword lights collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave. Yixian, who was 2 realms lower than Guoliang, was actually evenly matched with Guoliang's sword. Of course, Yixian didn't use any sword force in that sword strike. Otherwise, Guoliang would have already died. "This is impossible." Guoliang's expression changed greatly. He was 2 realms higher than Yixian and had been taught by an expert since young. How could he not be able to win against a 5th-grade human body disaster brat? He didn't believe it. Xiao! 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 Chapter 963. Guoliang had previously destroyed Yixian's door, then destroyed Yixian's house, leaving Yixian with no place to stay. Yixian would definitely take revenge for this, but Yixian did not want to send Guoliang flying so quickly. The show had just begun. Boom! 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 Explosions continuously sounded out from the stage, but the two were evenly matched, with no one gaining the upper hand. The surrounding people were already stunned. What's going on? Is senior brother Guoliang acting with him? A 7th-stage human body disaster's attack was actually blocked by a 5th-stage human body disaster? No, it's not acting. That attack is enough to instantly kill a 6th-stage human body disaster. Then what's going on? Isn't that brat a little too strong? I don't know where this brat came from. 2 months ago, he hadn't even entered the Bloodrock sect. 2 months later, he's actually able to contend against senior brother Guoliang. This is simply inconceivable. Fortunately, this brat is older than senior brother Guoliang. He's only 20 years old this year. The surrounding disciples began to discuss one after another. Not only them, but even the outer disciples were the same. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Guoliang's mother, Elder Yang. Guoliang was her adopted son, but in reality, he was her biological son. She was very clear about her son's strength. This brat's aptitude is so outstanding, and Luoluo isn't bad either. Just where do they come from? Yang Zhen said in astonishment. At this time, the battle on the stage was still intense. Impossible, impossible, this brat can't be so strong. Guoliang did not dare to believe it, his heart continuously denying it. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. Gale steps. Yixian's figure constantly swayed in front of his eyes. This was a supreme being martial art he had learned before. Combined with his 8 times agility advancement, it was extremely useful. In terms of speed, he was a little faster than Guoliang. In addition, his attack power was not low, so the two were evenly matched. However, Yixian did not reveal a single one of his trump cards. It's time to collect some interest. Yixian's eyes flashed, and he suddenly leaned toward Guoliang. "You're courting death." When Guoliang saw that Yixian had come over to deliver his head, he naturally leaned over as well. But at this moment, burning eye of illusion, the 2 spiritual attacks took effect at the same time. Guoliang's body trembled. At this time, his surroundings had changed. He suddenly appeared in a cemetery. The surroundings were gloomy, and there were many floating will-o'-the-wisps. The cries of the crows were also extremely miserable. Not only that, but he also felt pain in his heart, but because he was in an illusion, he mistakenly thought that the pain was fake. This brat, he even knows illusions. That's impossible. Guoliang was not confused by the illusion. Yixian's eye of illusion was indeed powerful, but it wasn't at the level where it could tamper with one's memories. Some powerful people could cast illusions that could make the victim think that they were really in that place. These two moves instantly weakened Guo Liang's spiritual power, allowing Yixian to close in on him. Whoosh whoosh. Yixian's left hand formed a fist and punched straight at Guo Liang's nose. In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Crack! Guo Liang's nose was directly smashed crooked by Yixian's punch, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? This scene made everyone dumbstruck. Guo Liang, who clearly could have dodged this punch, suddenly stood there in a daze. What's going on? Illusions? The middle-aged elder raised his eyebrows and looked at the arena in disbelief. This was because even he didn't see how Yixian used illusions to make Guo Liang fall for it. This brat is amazing. I didn't even see when he used it. A gray-robed elder stroked his beard and said. Not only that, but Yangzhen was also the same. However, the one being beaten was her son. As she glared, the gray-robed elder smiled awkwardly and then obediently shut his mouth. Bam! 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 Yixian instantly punched out, beating Guo Liang black and blue. Guo Liang only broke the illusion after 4 punches, but just as he woke up, he was hit again. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. The 2 consecutive attacks left Guo Liang powerless in front of Yixian. Kill! I'm going to kill you. Get out here! Guo Liang shouted loudly. Although Yixian was right in front of him, he couldn't see him. He madly swung his sword and slashed in all directions. Now, everyone present finally understood that Guo Liang had been hit by illusions. Martial arts like illusions were not popular in the Bloodrock sect. This was because the Bloodrock sect worshipped strength and didn't like to play tricks, so not many people learned it. Yixian's Burning Eye and Forbidden Eye of Illusion were too insidious. No one could block them unless the opponent was blind or had the Eye of Perception. Only then would they be able to fight him. This made Yixian invincible. Bam! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out as Yixian easily dodged Guo Liang's untargeted attacks. Then his fists landed on Guo Liang's face. Not only was the latter beaten black and blue, he even lost 2 of his teeth. The entire place was silent. The surrounding people were already speechless, completely forgetting about certain things. Yixian was only at 5th level of human body disaster. Guo Liang was at 7th level of human body disaster. An outer disciple at 5th level of human body disaster beating an inner disciple who had few opponents at 7th level of human body disaster. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Moreover, Guo Liang's master was still here. Each of Yixian's punches seemed to have landed on Elder Yangzhen's face. This brat is really crazy. An elder thought. He knew about the relationship between Guo Liang and Elder Yangzhen, as well as many other things. This wasn't a secret among the upper echelons of the Bloodrock sect. In front of Elder Yangzhen, Yixian beat up her own son, Guo Liang. They didn't know whether to call Yixian ignorant or ignorant. However, what they never expected was that Yixian knew about the relationship between Guo Liang and Yangzhen. So what if he was the son of an elder? At this time, Yangzhen's face was already deathly pale, as if she was bleeding profusely. At this time, she wanted nothing more than to tear Yixian into pieces. However, with so many disciples and elders around, she couldn't do anything. After all, Guo Liang was only taking a beating. His life wasn't in danger. Ah, Yixian, I'll cut you 1,000 times. Guo Liang roared towards the sky. But before he could finish, Yixian's fist landed on his face. Blood splattered, and another tooth flew below the stage. Ayaya, young master, hit me a few more times. It's so satisfying. Chapter 964. No problem. Yixian turned his anger into strength and punched Guo Liang's face again and again. The originally handsome Guo Liang was now a big pig's head. However, at this moment, enough. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Yixian glanced around and saw that it was Yangzhen who couldn't sit still anymore. Helpless, Yixian could only stop, but he didn't forget his plan. Ding, control successful. A system notification rang out. Guo Liang, who was beaten into a pig's head, didn't have any ability to resist and was directly controlled by Yixian. Moreover, no one noticed. The entire arena was still silent. You win. From today onwards, you will be my Blood Rock Sect's inner disciple. The middle-aged elder said. Thank you, elder. Yixian kept his sky-shocking sword and thanked him. All the disciples waited for the follow-up, but after looking for a while, they realized that no one spoke. What's going on? No one wants such a monstrous disciple. Are you a pig? Guoliang is Elder Yang's adopted son. This brat beat Guoliang up. If anyone were to accept him as a disciple, wouldn't they have to go against Elder Yang? What's the big deal? We're all elders. What's there to be afraid of? Shut up, don't talk anymore. Be careful of trouble from the mouth. A few disciples who knew the inside story hurriedly fell silent. Elder Yang, although she was only an elder, her strength surpassed ordinary people. In addition, Elder Yang's eldest son, Wuxia, had a good relationship with the young sect leader, so no one dared to provoke him. However, these disciples only knew one thing and didn't know the other. What made the other elders fearful was not only because of Guo, but also because of other reasons. A group of short-sighted old fellows. Young master has such a good aptitude, but they don't want it. I'm so angry. Luo said angrily. These elders probably didn't want to become enemies with your master because my actions were bad, so they gave up. It doesn't matter. Anyway, young master's cultivation method is different. Furthermore, I don't necessarily need a master. Yixian walked down the stage magnanimously. But at this moment, wait. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention. They turned to look and discovered that Elder Yangzhen had taken a few steps forward. Was he going to avenge Guoliang? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Yangzhen to be so bold as to use her status as an elder to pressure a disciple like him. This was a loss of face. However, the truth was beyond his expectations. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Yangzhen asked Yixian. Once these words were spoken, it caused everyone present to be shocked. Elder Yangzhen actually wanted to take in Yixian. This was something that even Yixian hadn't expected. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. Do you think that by taking me in, you can legitimately deal with me? Yixian saw through Elder Yangzhen's trick and immediately refused. Sorry, Elder Yang. I didn't know how to control my strength and beat up Senior Brother Guo. I'll just cultivate alone. The strong are respected. He lost to you because he wasn't strong enough. It's just a competition. He won't mind, Yangzhen said indifferently. I mind. Before Yixian could speak, Guoliang, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Yixian, shouted, Master, this brat beat me up like this. Why don't you take revenge for me and take him in as your disciple? Shut up, Yangzhen shouted angrily. She couldn't understand. Guoliang was usually very smart, so why was he so stupid now? If she took in Yixian, she could casually send him out to do missions in the future. When that time came, would she still have to worry about not having a chance to make a move on Yixian? However, she also understood that Guoliang was currently blinded by hatred. After all, he was beaten black and blue by Yixian, who was 2 realms lower than him, in front of thousands of people. It was normal for him to speak without thinking. However, how did she know that Guoliang was already under Yixian's control? Elder Yang is very righteous, but this disciple feels that it's better to forget about it. Many thanks, Elder Yang, Yixian said gratefully. This Yangzhen was worthy of being an elder. Her words just now made the surrounding people think that she was thirsty for talent, as if she was going to put righteousness before family. Seeing Yixian refuse again, a trace of viciousness flashed through Yangzhen's eyes. Her son wasn't someone that could be beaten up so casually. Seeing this, the middle-aged elder hurriedly said, All right, you can leave first. The competition will continue. Yixian walked to the side. When the surrounding disciples saw him, they all made way for him. Who in the 5th level of human body disaster would have the strength to beat up the 7th level of human body disaster Guoliang? No, let's not talk about strength first. Who had the guts to beat up Guoliang in front of Yangzhen? Perhaps there wasn't a single person present who dared to do so. If Elder Dongxing of the Hall of Experience was present, he would probably vomit blood from Yixian's actions. This was completely destroying one's own future. Soon, the challenges continued. After the previous battle, the remaining challengers were very careful, afraid that they would anger an elder. These people all hated Yi Xian. After all, the elder had come in high spirits at the start, but now, he didn't do anything. It was obvious that his mood was affected by Yi Xian's battle. In the end, all 15 challengers finished their challenges. Only 5 of them were successful, and Yi Xian was one of them. The 5 of you will report to the inner sect tomorrow. The middle-aged elder said to Yi Xian and the others, then continued. Next, we will begin the inner sect assessment. The inner sect assessment was finally here, but Yi Xian wasn't interested in it. He had already achieved his 2 goals today. One was to enter the inner sect, and the other was to control Guoliang. Guoliang was beaten up by me, and then controlled by me. No one would think that he is already my subordinate. However, that Yang Zhen seems to hate me to the bone, so I still have to be careful. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then left the martial arts field. Young master, you were so cool just now. Luo immediately transmitted her voice to him. Haha, you can watch over there. I'll leave first, Yi Xian said with a smile. He could only report to the inner sect tomorrow. At that time, he would be able to accept the inner sect missions. However, he didn't know if he would be the first to enter the inner sect with a cultivation of 5th grade human body disaster. Today, Yi Xian went back to rest for a day. He was too lazy to watch the inner sect assessment. At the same time, he passed the news of his promotion to the inner sect to Dongxing. Of course, Dongxing didn't know what he did. Very soon, the day passed. The next day, Yi Xian went to the inner sect to report. However, entering the inner sect wasn't that simple. Although you entered the inner sect through the challenge, you still need to complete a mission. In the inner sect's miscellaneous hall, an inner sect disciple said to Yi Xian, "Didn't you say that I can enter after the challenge? Why is there another mission?" Chapter 965. Hearing this, the inner disciple said impatiently, "From this moment onwards, it will be different. There will be an additional inner disciple assessment. Yesterday, the disciples who passed the inner disciple assessment will also have to complete this mission. If you want to enter the inner disciples, you'll have to complete this mission. Do you accept it or not?" Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a person. That person was Yang Zhen. He was afraid that Yang Zhen had already started to deal with him. This additional assessment mission was probably decided last night. Okay, I accept. Yi Xian nodded. Immediately after, the inner disciple took out a scroll and gave it to Yi Xian. After reading it, the latter raised his eyebrows. The assessment mission only required him to kill a transcendent saint beast. For someone like him who had beaten up Guoliang, this mission was extremely easy. So, I might meet some people during the assessment? Yi Xian thought inwardly. If this assessment mission was issued by Yang Zhen at the last minute, then Yang Zhen should want to kill him during the assessment mission. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure that this assessment mission was Yang Zhen's idea at the last minute. As long as you don't come personally, I won't be afraid. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, then he left. However, he still told Luo about this matter. Now that Luo knew that Guoliang was under his control, she didn't reject him anymore. Guoliang could also directly tell Luo the secret. Then she would pass it on to Yi Xian. Young master, Guoliang said that this was decided last night by master. She will make a move on you while you are carrying out the mission. You have to be careful, Luo hurriedly said. She will personally make a move? Yi Xian was shocked. Although he was strong now, there was a huge gap between human body disaster and true energy disaster. He didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Zhen. Although his attack power was very strong, his speed wasn't even half of Yang Zhen's. He probably didn't even have a third or even a fifth of her speed. No, it's just human body disaster, Luo replied. Oh, since there's no true energy disaster expert, then it's fine, Yi Xian calmly said. Yes, be careful, Luo reminded him once again. She wasn't worried about dealing with Yi Xian's strength. Besides, Yi Xian still had a clone in the eastern continent, so he wouldn't die. After accepting the mission, he immediately left the Bloodrock sect. His target this time was a day or 2 away from the Bloodrock sect. He needed to kill a snow mountain ape and bring back its corpse. After leaving the Bloodrock sect, he headed straight for the 10,000 snowy mountains. If that Xianxia wants to make a move on me, then there will definitely be disciples who will coincidentally meet me. Yixian narrowed his eyes, but he did not pay much attention to him. With his strength, he was almost invincible in the inner sect. Anyone who wanted to kill him would have to be prepared to be killed by him. The time limit for this entry mission was 7 days. If he traveled at full speed, he could reach the snowy mountain in 1 day. However, in order to let the other party catch up, he deliberately slowed down. However, after running for half a day, he didn't see anyone blocking his path. Could it be that they want me to enter the snowy mountain to complete the mission first, and then intercept me on my way back? If I die in the snowy mountain, then it will save them a lot of trouble. Yixian immediately understood. Immediately, he hurried on with his journey at full speed. After a day, he arrived at the snowy mountain. The snowy mountain was home to a large number of transcendent saint beasts. However, Yixian's target, the snow mountain ape, was only in the periphery, so he didn't need to go deep. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to raise my cultivation. Yixian thought for a moment, then stepped into the snowy mountain. He only needed 2 days for a round trip and 1 day for backup. Therefore, he still had 4 days to train inside. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 6th layer of human body disaster, or even the 7th layer of human body disaster. With the eye of perception, he saw a few transcendent saint beasts the moment he entered. However, their cultivation wasn't high, and the majority of them were only at the 4th or 5th layer of human body disaster. Yixian wasn't picky and directly killed those transcendent saint beasts, devouring their corpses and saint beast souls to improve his cultivation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the snowy mountain was 10,000 layers, as there were more than 10,000 snowy mountains inside. In this world of ice and snow, Yixian felt that the speed of his qi had decreased by a lot. The deeper he went, the slower his speed became. It was said that there were transcendent saint beasts of spirit disaster inside, but those saint beasts of that level would definitely stay in the depths. There was a map on the scroll he obtained from a mission. Yixian followed the map and found the nest of the snow mountain ape, then went up. The snow mountain ape was a transcendent saint beast with boundless strength. Even if it was a 6th layer human body disaster, it wasn't something a human of the same level could deal with. Originally, Yixian thought that this snow mountain ape would be easy, but from the looks of it, it wasn't that easy. Of course, this was only for the other disciples. In Yixian's eyes, this snow mountain ape wasn't a threat at all. It was just a piece of tofu that could move. Cold Sky Slash. Sword Force. Yixian wielded the Sky Quake Sword and could kill this snow mountain ape with a single slash. However, this wasn't his goal. His mission was to kill the snow mountain ape of 7th layer human body disaster. Relying on his eyes of perception, Yixian easily found a lone snow mountain ape of 7th layer human body disaster. Of course, it didn't matter to him whether it was alone or not. Cold Sky Slash. Sword Force. After comprehending Sword Force, he was able to split the snow mountain ape of 7th layer human body disaster into 2 with a single slash. Mission complete. Yixian went over and collected the corpse of the snow mountain ape. Since he was already here, he decided to clean up the nest of the snow mountain ape. His cultivation was rapidly increasing. With the benefits of devouring, the benefits of killing a transcendent sacred beast was much greater than the benefits of devouring natural treasures. This place was simply a treasure trove for him to level up. However, just as he was hunting down the snow mountain ape, several powerful auras suddenly entered the range of his perception. They're here. Yixian's eyebrows twitched. It seemed that the people who were chasing after him had already appeared. These auras were all 9th layer human body disaster experts. There was a total of 5 of them. They really think highly of me to actually send 5 9th layer human body disaster experts. Yixian couldn't help sighing in his heart. 5 9th layer human body disaster experts. They were probably the peak disciples of the Bloodrock sect. To actually send 5 9th layer human body disaster experts to chase after a 5th layer human body disaster expert like him They were truly seeing a ghost. Very quickly, the 5 of them rushed towards him. Yixian stopped what he was doing and looked at them. Chapter 966. However, what surprised Yixian was that these 5 people were not wearing the Bloodrock sect's uniform. Instead, they were wearing orange-red robes with a huge flame drawn on them. Bloodrock sect's disciples? The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, looked at Yixian and could not help but snort. However, in the next moment, he turned around and said, "It's not him. Let's go." Immediately after, the other 4 people followed the middle-aged man and left, leaving behind a stunned Yixian. Yixian originally thought that these 5 people were Bloodrock sect's disciples who came to kill him. However, he did not expect that they were not. Then, what was the situation with these 5 people? It is said that there are several powerful forces around the Bloodrock sect. One of them is called the Blazing Fire Manor. This Blazing Fire Manor's people wear blazing fire robes and practice blazing fire blade techniques. It seems that those 5 people are from the Blazing Fire Manor. Yixian thought to himself, the Blazing Fire Manor was stronger than the Bloodrock sect. 5 9th-grade human body disaster experts were nothing to the Blazing Fire Manor. However, what Yixian did not understand was that these 5 people from the Blazing Fire Manor seemed to be chasing someone. Yixian's killing of the Snow Mountain Ape had obviously attracted the attention of these 5 people. However, he did not know who they were chasing. Out of curiosity, he decided to chase after them. Since my mission is complete, I'll follow them and take a look. Yixian thought to himself. Then, he chased after the 5 experts from the Blazing Fire Manor. It was currently late at night. These 5 people had been searching. Yixian followed behind them and hid very well. These 5 people did not discover him. That guy was poisoned. He shouldn't have run far. Why can't we find him? The middle-aged man in the lead said in surprise. He must be hiding. That guy practices the snow wind movement technique. These snowy mountains are very suitable for him to hide. Then what should we do? We can't just let a cooked duck fly away. Continue searching. The 5 people split up and began searching. Yixian was hidden in the snow. He could clearly hear their conversation. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that there was a 6th person moving within his range. Could it be that this is the person that the 5 people from the Blazing Fire Villa are hunting? Yixian raised an eyebrow. However, when the 6th person began to move, someone suddenly shouted, "Found him!" There was an expert from the Blazing Fire Village who was in the vicinity of this 6th person. When the latter moved, he discovered him. Yixian also hurried over to see who was being hunted. "Ha, young Master Wind Snow. You have nowhere to run this time, right?" The middle-aged man in the lead quickly chased after him and laughed out loud. Young Master Wind Snow? When Yixian heard this name, he quickly searched his memory. There were several powerful forces around the Bloodrock sect. Other than the Raging Inferno Villa, there's also a force called the Wind Snow Villa. The Raging Inferno Villa and the Wind Snow Villa had been opposing each other for a very long time. The reason was very simple. One was Raging Inferno, and the other was Wind Snow. It was a dispute caused by their names. In the end, they had reached a point where they could not coexist with each other. This young Master Wind Snow was the young Villa Master of the Wind Snow Villa. It was said that he had long since broken through to true energy disaster and was the 2nd genius of the Wind Snow Villa. It was rare for an expert of true energy disaster to be hunted down by 5 9th-layer human body disaster experts. However, Yixian also heard that young Master Wind Snow was currently in a poisoned state. It is said that young Master Wind Snow is a virtuous person who enjoys helping others, while the Raging Inferno Villa often does some underhanded things. Yixian slightly narrowed his eyes. He had killed so many people and his hand was stained with blood. This time, he might as well try to save someone. Immediately, he stealthily sneaked over. "Are the 5 of you trying to provoke a war between our 2 villas?" A young voice rang out. "Young Master Wind Snow, what I gave you was not a poison. Did you lose your mind?" The middle-aged man in the lead sneered as he rushed toward young Master Wind Snow. Young Master Wind Snow was accidentally poisoned by the people of the Blazing Fire Villa using despicable means, causing his realm to fall to 9th-layer human body disaster. Coupled with the fact that he was poisoned, he chose to escape. Don't think that I will definitely die just because I am poisoned. Do you think that I don't have a life-saving talisman on me? Young Master Wind, Snow, suddenly took out a token from his interspatial ring. The 5 people from the Blazing Fire Villa all recognized this token. Snow Wind token. The expressions of the 5 people from the Blazing Fire Villa changed greatly. The Snow Wind token was a peculiar treasure that could make heavy snow suddenly fall from the sky and then condense it into ice blades to attack the enemy. Moreover, this place was a 10,000-layer snow mountain, so its power would be greatly increased. This Snow Wind token was enough to kill the 5 experts of the Raging Inferno Villa. Damn it, that old man actually gave it to this kid. The middle-aged man in the lead had a gloomy expression. However, at this moment, someone suddenly took a step forward and said, "That bastard from the Snow Wind Villa killed my younger brother last month. I will kill him and avenge my younger brother." After seeing the Snow Wind token, this person was still able to walk out. Naturally, he was prepared to die. The middle-aged man in the lead's expression darkened, and he immediately replied, "Okay." The 4 of them retreated first and let this person fight with young Master Wind Snow. If young Master Wind Snow used the Snow Wind token, he would have no more trump cards and would have to exchange a life for a life. Young Master Wind Snow did not expect the other party to come up with a countermeasure. He immediately held the Snow Wind token and prepared to use it to kill all 5 of them. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. Who is it? The middle-aged man in the lead of the Raging Inferno Villa shouted in a low voice. However, in the blink of an eye, a cold light swept towards the expert in front of him. Swish! In an instant, the expert who was prepared to die together with young Master Wind Snow died tragically. Just now, his attention was focused on young Master Wind Snow, so his reaction was slow and he was killed by a sneak attack. The person who attacked him was naturally Xianxia, who was hiding in the surroundings. After killing one of them, Xianxia walked out from the darkness. After seeing him, the 4 people from the Raging Inferno Villa were shocked. Wasn't this person the disciple of the Blood Rock sect they saw just now? You are courting death. The middle-aged man in the lead did not care so much and directly slashed his sword towards Xianxia. However, to his surprise, this sword was easily blocked by Xianxia because Xianxia used sword force. Bang! The 2 energies collided and instantly melted the surrounding snow, forming small streams. At the same time, Xianxia was swept away by the airwaves. Burning eyes of illusion, eyes of nirvana. 3 heavenly eyes were activated simultaneously. The middle-aged man in the lead was still in shock and was killed by the eyes of nirvana. Out of the 4, 1 less, there were only 3 left. Sword Force. Chapter 9, 67. A 5th-level human body disaster was able to fight a 9th-level human body disaster to a draw. This was the might of the sword. Of course, Wei Zhentian also contributed greatly. If Wei Zhentian was still a 3rd grade, first step supreme spiritual treasure, its might wouldn't be enough. However, after Wei Zhentian devoured the Crimson Stone Giant, it jumped 3 grades and became a 6th grade supreme spiritual treasure. At this moment, young Master Wind Snow was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be other people hiding in the surroundings. Furthermore, to be able to kill 2 9th-level human body disaster experts in the blink of an eye, his strength was truly frightening. Sir, please kill the 3 of them. After this, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Young Master Wind Snow hurriedly said. Right now, Xianxia was his life-saving straw. If Xianxia didn't appear, then he would have to use the Snow Wind token. Okay, Xianxia directly answered. Just now, he had killed the 2 and obtained their universe rings. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased by a large amount. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 6th-level human body disaster. When he was at 5th-level human body disaster, he had killed 2 people with sneak attacks. Now that he had broken through, he was able to face the remaining 3 head-on. Kill! At this moment, Xianxia wielded the sky-shocking sword and charged over. I'll hold him back. You guys go and kill young Master Wind Snow. An expert from the Blazing Fire Villa furiously roared. He knew that he was going to die here today. However, for the Blazing Fire Villa, they had to kill young Master Wind Snow, even if they had to die. At the very least, they had to use the Snow Wind token. However, this 9th-level human body disaster expert who threatened to hold back Yixian seemed to be overestimating himself. I have illusion, burning eye. I have nirvana, cold sky slash. Yixian's attack was both physical and mental. This person couldn't even block the first wave of attacks, and was instantly cut in half by the cold sky slash. The cold sky slash was originally of the ice attribute. In this snowy mountain, its might increased by a bit. In the blink of an eye, this overconfident 9th-level human body disaster expert had died under Yixian's cold sky slash. His entire body had been split into 2 halves, his wounds completely frozen, and no blood could flow out. When the other 2 saw this, they immediately gritted their teeth and attacked Mr. Wind Snow. You can't kill the people I want to protect. Yixian's eyes flickered. I had nirvana. Disintegration, cold sky slash. After another round of attacks, another expert of the 9th level of human body disaster fell. As for the remaining person, he had already launched an attack at young Master Wind Snow. Snow Wind Sword Technique. Raging Fire Saber Technique. 2 streams of true energy, 1 ice, 1 fire, collided with each other. Although young Master Snow Wind's cultivation had fallen to human body disaster, he was still very strong. Blocking this sword strike was not a problem for him. Bang! In the night sky, a red and blue flower bloomed. Young Master Feng Shui's full-powered sword strike had resolved his own crisis. At the same time, it also bought Yixian some time. Die! Yixian's eyes flickered as he sent out a cold sky slash that contained Minute Realm sword momentum. Rip! A series of crisp sounds were heard as the last expert of the Blazing Fire Village fell to the ground. His head fell to the ground with a plop sound. However, not a single drop of blood splashed out from his wound. Now, 5 9th-level human body disaster experts had all been killed by Yixian. This strength could be considered top-notch within the inner sect of the Bloodrock sect. Excluding those disciples of true energy disaster, he was already an invincible existence. Seeing that the 5 people who were chasing him had all died in front of him, young Master Wind Snow breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used all his strength to send out that sword strike. Now, he was completely exhausted and could not even hold his sword tightly. Thank you for your help. I will definitely reward you greatly. Young Master Wind Snow thanked. In fact, he was still a little scared. In this chaotic world, killing people to steal treasures was obvious. At this moment, he could not even use the Snow Wind command. If Yixian had made a move at this moment, he would have died without a doubt. However, for some reason, Yixian did not want to kill young Master Wind Snow. After collecting the remaining 3 spatial rings, Yixian turned his head and asked, I heard that you are a true energy disaster expert. How did you get poisoned? I came across a village that was in trouble. So, I killed the rampaging, transcendent, utmost, exalted divine beast. However, unexpectedly, the villagers poisoned my water. I was not paying attention and young Master Wind Snow slowly said. When mentioning this matter, he was so ashamed that he wanted to bang his head against a wall and commit suicide. A true energy disaster expert was actually poisoned so easily. If other people would know about this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After hearing this, Yixian also confirmed that this young Master Wind Snow had a good character. It was not in vain that he saved him. As for the poison, it must have been done by the people from the Raging Fire Villa. The villagers were just used. Perhaps even the rampaging Supreme Saint Beast was deliberately released by the people from the Raging Fire Villa. Then how are you now? Is your life in danger? Yixian asked again. It's fine. I have already taken an antidote. My strength will slowly recover. Young Master Wind Snow said with a pale face. My name is Feng Wuan. I have yet to ask who you are. Yixian, disciple of the Bloodrock sect. Yixian slowly replied. Young Master Wind Snow said in astonishment. Brother Yi, your strength is so shocking. Why are you still wearing the outer disciple robes of the Bloodrock sect? I'm just an inner disciple. I'm just doing an inner disciple assessment, Yi Xian said again. This answer gave young Master Wind Snow a fright. How could the Bloodrock sect be so awesome right now? An outer disciple had actually comprehended sword force, and had even jumped several levels to kill 5 ninth-stage human body disaster experts. One must know that the disciples of the Bloodrock sect had to take a detour when they saw the people from the Snow Wind Villa. However, young Master Wind Snow didn't care so much and hurriedly said, I sincerely request Brother Yi to escort me back to the Snow Wind Villa. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Where's the Snow Wind Villa? Yi Xian asked. It's on the other side of the 10,000-layer snow mountain. According to Brother Ye's speed, you will only need 2 days to escort me back. Young Master Wind Snow replied. 2 days? Yi Xian did some calculations in his heart. He spent a day to come here. If he spent another 2 days to send young Master Wind Snow back, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, he still had the eyes of the void. All right, Yi Xian immediately nodded. The Snow Wind Villa was very powerful. It was several times stronger than the Bloodrock sect. As the young Villa Master of the Snow Wind Villa, young Master Wind Snow's reward for saving his life was definitely not cheap. In fact, Yi Xian was interested in the Snow Wind token. However, his attack power was already very strong. Moreover, for some reason, he didn't kill young Master Wind Snow. After all, people outside didn't bring many things with them. Chapter 968. If Yi Xian had killed Yi Xian to steal his treasure, young Master Wind Snow's corpse would probably be in his interspatial ring. Next, Yi Xian escorted the poisoned young Master Wind Snow out of the myriad-layer snow mountain. Brother Yi, do you have any relatives in the Bloodrock sect? Young Master Wind Snow suddenly asked when the two left the myriad-layer snow mountain. At this time, he had already regained some mobility. I have one. Yi Xian nodded. Luo Luo was his relative. With your aptitude, staying in the Bloodrock sect is too unfair. Why don't you bring him to my Wind Snow Manor after this? Young Master Wind Snow turned to look at Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. Was this openly poaching from the Bloodrock sect? However, this was the reason why he saved young Master Wind Snow. The Bloodrock sect was a foul place, so he felt that he couldn't stay there any longer. Wind Snow Manor was highly praised and was much stronger than the Bloodrock sect. It was a good place to go. Yi Xian was waiting for young Master Wind Snow to recruit him. Otherwise, why would he let him stay until now? Although he still had the eye of control, young Master Wind Snow was an expert of true energy disaster. After being poisoned, although his body was in a weakened state, his mind was still not something that Yi Xian could control. Yi Xian paused and pretended to think. After a while, he said, Since it's like this, I'll escort you back first and then bring my sister here. That's great. Young Master Wind Snow's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he would be able to recruit a genius so easily. A super genius who was able to kill a 9th-level human body disaster expert when he was only at 5th-level human body disaster. Although it was a sneak attack, even an 8th-level human body disaster expert would not be able to kill a 9th-level human body disaster expert so easily. Yi Xian's qualities were good in all aspects, comparable to young Master Wind Snow's brother. That was why young Master Wind Snow wanted to recruit him. One must know that the entrance requirement of Wind Snow Manor was 6th-level human body disaster, which was equivalent to the intersect of the Bloodrock sect. However, just as Yi Xian and Child Wind Snow left the Myriad Snowy Mountain, a person happened to rush towards the entrance of the Myriad Snowy Mountain. Yi Xian stopped and turned his head to look. He saw a person wearing the uniform of a Bloodrock sect inner disciple running towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he guessed in his heart. Just now, the people from the Blazing Fire Village just happened to pass by. Now, this person was probably here to deal with him. Brother Yi, are they looking for you? Young Master Wind Snow asked. No, they're here to kill me. Yi Xian shook his head. Hearing this, young Master Wind Snow trembled. By the time Yi Xian finished speaking, the inner disciple had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian already knew his cultivation level. 9th grade human body disaster. Yi Xian looked at the young man, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Senior brother Wuxia, right? Wuxia was Guoliang's half-brother, elder Yangzhen's son. The young man in front of him, wearing the uniform of a Blood Rock sect inner disciple, looked somewhat similar to Guoliang. That was why Yixian guessed. You're smart. The young man revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at Child Wind Snow beside Yixian and revealed a strange expression. What made him feel strange was that Yixian actually knew a 9th-grade human body disaster expert. This was beyond his expectations. However, he did not know Child Wind Snow. He only knew that the pale-faced Child Wind Snow was very weak at the moment and seemed to be seriously injured. Therefore, he did not take him seriously. Senior Brother Guichao, you're here to avenge Senior Brother Guoliang, right? Yixian asked. That's right. I heard that before the inner disciple assessment. That trash of a younger brother was beaten up by you. Although I don't want to take action, he is still my younger brother. If you hit him, it's the same as hitting my face. Guichao said indifferently. Hearing this, Yixian silently took out his heaven-shaking sword. Since that's the case, why don't you take action? That's right. Why should I waste my breath with you? After being reminded by Yixian, Guichao also took out his weapon. In order to prevent this matter from being exposed, he also put Child Wind Snow beside Yixian on his kill list. This time, he would have more income. However, he really did not come at the right time. Yixian had just broken through, and even the experts of the Blazing Fire Villa had died at his hands. What was Guichao to him? Kid, go to hell. Guichao did not say anything else and directly charged forward. He knew that Yixian was very strong, but he was a 9th-grade human body disaster expert. After crossing another shackle, he would be an expert of true energy disaster. Could it be that he could not even deal with Yixian? However, he was wrong. It's almost 12. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Yixian's eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking sword split into hundreds of sword images. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Hundreds of heaven-shaking swords swept towards Guichao. What? Guichao's body fiercely trembled. His first reaction was that Yixian had used an illusion on him. However, it did not matter if it was an illusion or not. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the heaven-shaking swords. Rip, 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 crisp sounds rang out. Guichao, a 9th-grade human body disaster genius of the Blood Rock sect, was instantly torn apart by the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Plop! Pieces of flesh fell to the ground. It was as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky. Child Wind Snow was stunned when he saw this scene. Just now, even he thought that the hundreds of sword images were an illusion. He did not expect that it was actually real. The sword images from the weapon could actually materialize. What kind of technique was this? If he was at his peak, he could have dodged it. However, even if he grew 100 legs now, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. At this time, Child Wind Snow was thinking about his recruitment just now. He was really too good at judging people. He actually recruited such a powerful genius for the Wind Snow Villa. After Guichao died, Yixian walked over and picked up his interspatial ring. Unfortunately, like the 5 people of the Raging Fire Villa, there were not many things in the interspatial ring. Brother Yi, your strength is really... Child Wind Snow did not know what words to use to describe Yixian. Even if he was only at 9th grade human body disaster, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Yixian. Yixian just smiled and then directly grabbed Child Wind Snow and continued on their way. If he had a void positioning system in the Wind Snow Villa, he could directly break through the void and send Child Wind Snow back. However, he had never been to the Wind Snow Villa, so he could only walk. Child Wind Snow was poisoned before, but after more than a day of treatment, he had also recovered to true energy disaster. Chapter 969. Yixian also understood that young Master Wind Snow did not want him to bear the name of a traitor, so he wanted to gather experts and directly go to the Blood Rock sect to ask for Luo Luo. The Blood Rock sect was still not a match for the Wind Snow Villa, not to mention that they only wanted 2 people. Yixian did not care. He could go back to the Blood Rock sect and take Luo Luo away now, but since young Master Wind Snow suggested it, he could only agree. In fact, he wanted to see a scene, which was the scene of the Blood Rock sect's upper echelons being shocked. If the upper echelons of the Bloodrock sect knew that he had comprehended sword force and killed the ninth-grade human body disaster as easily as cutting tofu, their expressions would be very interesting. Okay, thank you very much. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, he parted ways with young Master Wind Snow and directly broke through the void and returned to the Bloodrock sect. Just now, he had already talked to Luo, and Luo also supported going to the Wind Snow Villa. The journey from the Wind Snow Villa to the Bloodrock sect was about 2 or 3 days, so Yi Xian stayed here and waited quietly for 2 or 3 days. But before that, he still had to inform Dong Xing. After all, he was still Dong Xing's nominal disciple. Huh, Yi Xian, you're back so soon? Dong Xing said in surprise when he saw Yi Xian. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have gone out to do the inner sect assessment mission. Why did he appear in the Bloodrock sect? Master, I won't enter the inner sect. Yi Xian replied. Nonsense. After hearing this, Dong Xing immediately said sternly, that day when you defeated Guoliang, Elder Yang Zhen disregarded the past and wanted to accept you as a disciple, but you refused. Now you're telling me that you won't enter the inner sect. What's going on? The Bloodrock sect is a little chaotic, and I met young Master Wind Snow outside yesterday. Young Master Wind Snow invited me to the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian replied. In fact, Dong Xing also felt the chaotic atmosphere. But when he heard the second half of Yi Xian's words, he immediately sat up straight and said, Wait, who did you just say? Young Master Wind Snow? Yes, teacher. I coincidentally encountered the poisoned young Master Feng Shui and saved his life. Therefore, I want to bring my sister to the Wind Snow Villa. Master, why don't you come with us? Yi Xian nodded. Saved young Master Feng Shui? Dong Xing swallowed his saliva. He couldn't believe it. The Windy Snow Villa was not something that the Bloodrock sect could contend with. If Yi Xian went to the Windy Snow Villa, he would definitely be in a much better position than the Bloodrock sect. The Wind Snow Manor has a good character, but they have a grudge with the Raging Flames Manor. You need to know this. Dong Xing said. As for Master, forget it. Master's relatives are all in the Bloodrock sect. Furthermore, he has lived in the Bloodrock sect for so many years. It's not suitable. Since Dong Xing had rejected him, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. Dong Xing was over 70 years old and had grown up in the Bloodrock sect. It was not easy for him to climb to the position of Outer Sect Hall Elder with his own strength. Now that he was asked to change places, he was naturally not used to it. Then, Yi Xian returned to his residence. His residence had already been rebuilt. Now he was waiting for the people from the Windy Snow Manor to come. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed quietly. He estimated that the people from the Windy Snow Manor would arrive soon. However, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, many people surrounded Yi Xian's courtyard. Yi Xian opened the door and walked over in surprise. How dare you kill your fellow disciple? Capture him. A loud shout spread. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was the middle-aged elder who had arrived that day. At the same time, there was a team of inter-sect law enforcement disciples. Before Yi Xian could speak, several law enforcement disciples rushed forward and prepared to capture him. Yi Xian naturally would not be captured so easily, so he quickly moved back. What are you doing? Yi Xian shouted angrily. Don't you know what I'm doing? You killed your fellow disciples. Why don't you plead guilty? The middle-aged elder shouted coldly. Killing his fellow disciples. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Except for Guichao, Zhao Yi, and the others, he did not kill any other disciples of the Bloodrock sect. Could it be that Guichao's body had been found? Elder, who did I kill? Yi Xian asked tentatively. The bodies of Zhao Yi, Wang Peng, and the others who went missing a few days ago have been found. Beside their bodies, there was an identity token of yours. The middle-aged elder threw a token over, on which Yi Xian's information was engraved. Yi Xian glanced at it and found his token in the devouring system. He immediately took it out and said, Here's my identity token. Don't try to quibble. You entrusted the disciples of the Hall of Experience to create new identity tokens. Come with me to the Hall of Justice and wait for interrogation. The middle-aged elder said sternly. The Hall of Justice was a place that struck fear in the hearts of all in the Bloodrock sect. If an inner sect disciple committed a crime and was sent to the Hall of Justice, even if they did not die, they would be skinned alive. However, Xianxia was not an inner sect disciple yet. Elder, I'm not an inner sect disciple yet, Xianxia reminded him. Although he had killed the Snow Mountain ape, he did not complete the mission. When Yang found out that he had returned, she thought that Wuxia had not found him, so she colluded with the middle-aged elder to frame him. As long as you're a disciple of the sect, I have the right to punish you. If you dare resist, I'll kill you on the spot. The middle-aged elder looked like he was about to attack. At the same time, Xianxia had Luoluo quickly ask Guoliang, and had already received a reply. Young Master, Guoliang said that Master sent someone to frame you, but the body was not found. Luoluo hurriedly transmitted. Something had happened in the Bloodrock Giant's mind that day, so it was sealed off. Zhao, Yi, and the others who had been killed by Xianxia were buried in the Bloodrock mine. Their bodies had probably been smashed into minced meat long ago. All right, then tell Guoliang to go to the Inner Sect Hall of Justice and testify for me when the time comes. Xianxia replied through the air. It seemed that he could not avoid this calamity. Fortunately, he had Guoliang under control. When the time came, he could directly come out and testify, and it would definitely shock the others. It would definitely be very interesting to see his own son testify that his mother had framed him. All right, I'll go with you. Xianxia nodded. At least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged elder snorted coldly. If Xianxia dared to resist, he really would use this opportunity to kill Xianxia on the spot. That would save him a lot of trouble. After that, Xianxia was surrounded by this group of people and sent to the Hall of Justice. There were already more than 100 disciples following him. This brat is in trouble. He actually dared to kill his fellow disciples. I'm afraid he'll be executed immediately. I saw him violently beat up Senior Guoliang that day. He's quite strong, but I didn't expect him to be such a vicious and merciless person, killing his fellow disciples. If this kind of person lived with us, who knows when he would kill us? I heard that Elder Yang is also an elder of the Inner Sect Hall of Justice. This brat is dead meat. Chapter 970. Soon, Xianxia was escorted to the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. There were a total of 300 law enforcement disciples and 3 law enforcement elders in the Law Enforcement Hall. The law enforcement disciples would deal with the minor mistakes committed by the Bloodcliff sect disciples, but the 3 law enforcement elders would preside over the major mistakes. When Xianxia entered the law enforcement hall, he found that there were already many people sitting inside. There were law enforcement disciples and 2 law enforcement elders, one of whom was Yang. After seeing Xianxia, Yang's eyes flashed, revealing a fierce expression. She could not understand why Wuxia, who was at the 9th level of human body disaster, had failed and had not returned yet. Therefore, she could only do it herself. Of course, if she knew that Wuxia had been dismembered by Xianxia, she would probably attack and kill Xianxia on the spot. What a big lineup, Xianxia walked in calmly. Kneel, Yang shouted angrily. However, she was unexpectedly ignored by Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at her and said straightforwardly, Elder Yang, there needs to be evidence for everything. An identity token does not mean anything. If the token beside the corpses is Elder Yang's elder token, does that mean that Elder Yang killed them? Impudent. Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged elder behind him shouted angrily, What the hell? Am I wrong? Xianxia's lips curled slightly as he continued. In addition, I want to see them if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. May I ask where the corpses of Senior Brother Zhao and the others are? The corpses have already been buried. Could it be that you suspect that we colluded to frame you? The middle-aged elder walked to Yang's side and sat down. The 3 law enforcement elders were all in place. There were dozens of law enforcement disciples on either side of Xianxia. However, these law enforcement disciples were only there for show. If the law enforcement elders were to speak, they would not dare to have any objections. That is possible, Xianxia directly said. First, there are no corpses. Second, there are no witnesses. Third, an identity token alone cannot prove anything. After all, it can be forged. If an identity token alone can be used as conclusive evidence, it would be too easy to frame someone else. 3 elders. With just this, you can convict me? The law enforcement disciples outside the law enforcement hall nodded silently after hearing this. They were not stupid, and there were too many suspicious points. Not only that, but also the surrounding law enforcement disciples were the same. The weakest of them was at the 7th level of human body disaster, while the stronger ones were at the 8th or 9th level human body disaster. People who could cultivate to this level were definitely not fools. Xianxia was the leader of the 10 disciples that day. At that time, Yixian wanted to kill him, but he was blocked by a foot that suddenly fell from the sky, allowing Xianxia to run away. Although the collapse of the Blood Rock mine had caused many casualties, Xianxia and the other 2 managed to escape. Oh, Yixian was slightly surprised. That day, he had returned first to report to Dongxing. He did not expect that Xianxia would not receive any punishment, and the matter would be covered up. Not only that, Zhao Yi had violated the sect's rules and was dealt with by Guoliang. That was why Yixian said that the Blood Rock sect was in a foul atmosphere and that they could not stay here. Very quickly, 3 familiar figures entered Yixian's eyes. They were Xianxia, who was at the 6th level of human body disaster, and the other 2 outer sect disciples, who were at the 5th level of human body disaster. However, the moment Yixian saw them, 3 system notifications rang out. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. The 3 were instantly controlled by Yixian in front of everyone's eyes. But this was nothing. After all, Guoliang had been controlled by Yixian in front of thousands of people, and no one had discovered it. Xianxia, tell us everything one by one. Let everyone hear it. The middle-aged elder said to Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia and the other 2 looked at each other and said, Elder, what is it? This answer stunned the middle-aged elder. He hurriedly said, That day, didn't you see Yixian killing Zhao Yi, Wang Peng, and the others? No. Zhao Yi, Wang Peng, and the others were crushed to death in the Blood Rock mine because of the appearance of the Blood Rock giant. Only the 3 of us escaped. Moreover, we did not see Junior Brother Yi that day. Xianxia said solemnly. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Did not see? What did you say? That was not what you said yesterday. Yangzhen suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, Don't worry. With the 3 of us here, he will not dare to do anything to you. You only need to tell us the truth. Elder Yang, yesterday you came to me and wanted to frame Junior Brother Yi for the deaths of Zhao Yi, Wang Peng, and the others. Just now, we felt that we could not do so, so we corrected ourselves. Junior Brother Yi is innocent, Xianxia said with cupped fists. Wow. Following those words, the surrounding law enforcement disciples and the others outside were all astonished. Of course, the most shocked were Yang Zhen and the other 2 law enforcement elders. What's going on? Is Elder Yang Zhen trying to frame Yixian? Is this revenge? A few days ago, Elder Yang Zhen wanted to take Yixian as her disciple. I thought she was a righteous person. So this is what happened. This Xianxia was first bribed, and now he suddenly changed sides. It feels a little strange. The disciples discussed animatedly. Xianxia and the other 2 were witnesses, and they were called by the law enforcement elders. Now, Xianxia suddenly said that Yang Zhen wanted to frame Yixian. This script was not right. Very well, you all actually joined forces to frame me. You are all courting death. Yang Zhen was flustered and exasperated. However, at this moment, a black-clad elder beside her said, Elder Yang, there must be something fishy going on. Someone must be trying to harm you. An elder framing an outer court disciple was a rare occurrence, so one could not make a conclusion based on just 1 or 2 sentences. However, these 3 law enforcement elders were also aware of Yixian's methods. No wonder he came in so confidently. It turned out that he had a trump card. However, they did not understand. When did Xianxia collude with Yixian? Since this matter has nothing to do with this disciple, This disciple will take his leave first. Yixian finished speaking and turned to leave. Stop right there, Yangzhen said sternly. She did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with Yixian. Elder Yang, is there anything else? Yixian turned to look at Yangzhen. I think this matter has something to do with you. You must stay and investigate, Yangzhen said angrily. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the law enforcement hall. This person was Yangzhen's youngest son, Guoliang. Chapter 971. What is Liang doing here? Yangzhen frowned. Master, forget it. Junior brother, you only beat me up. You also said that day that my failure was due to my inferior skills. Why did you have to scheme so meticulously to frame junior brother Yi? Guoliang's words shocked everyone present again. Now, even her own personal disciple had accused her of framing Yixian. What else could Yangzhen say? What nonsense are you spouting? Yangzhen was suddenly enraged. She could not understand why Guoliang would suddenly say such words. Did he not know that the consequences of saying such words were very serious? Master, don't be so obstinate. As an elder, harming a disciple is not a small matter. You should turn back from the wrong path. Guoliang's words fell into everyone's ears. There were already quite a few people who believed him. After all, a disciple would not be so foolish as to frame an elder. Yangzhen had seen Yixian beat Guoliang up with her own eyes. She could not accept it, so she wanted to get rid of Yixian. This was her motive. Elder Yang, the black-clothed elder looked at Yangzhen. Originally, they had planned to convict Yixian and then pay with their lives. But now, the scapegoat was actually thrown to Yangzhen. Yangzhen also did not recover. She looked at Guoliang. The latter was her own son, but he actually did such a thing to her. She could not understand this. Charm, it must be like this. Guoliang and the others were charmed by Luoluo. At this time, Yangzhen suddenly thought of something. Luoluo was from the Fox Charm clan. She was born with the ability to charm people, so she guessed that Guoliang, Lin Cheng, and the others were all charmed by Luoluo. However, Luoluo had just broken through to the second layer of human body disaster. How could she charm Guoliang, who was at the 7th layer of human body disaster? Moreover, if Guoliang was charmed with her realm, she should have discovered it immediately. Since it was not Luoluo, then it must be Yixian. You bastard! You dare to control my disciple? You're courting death. Yangzhen suddenly exploded, throwing a punch at Yixian. This punch was unstoppable. It was enough to kill a 9th-layer human body disaster expert. Master, no. Guoliang suddenly shot forward and stood in front of Yixian. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Guoliang was struck by a punch. His heart instantly shattered, and Yixian was also sent flying out of the law enforcement hall by Guoliang's body. The incident happened so suddenly, but everyone around them knew that it was Guoliang who had stepped forward to take the hit, not Yixian who had grabbed Guoliang as a shield. Guoliang and Yixian, who had been sent flying, fell to the ground. The former was no longer breathing, while the latter spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly got up from the ground. Elder Yang, you're so vicious. How dare you try to kill me? Yixian shouted angrily in front of everyone. Yangzhen had not expected Guoliang to suddenly block the attack for Yixian. Now that she had killed her own son, she immediately charged towards Yixian. I will kill you. Yangzhen was already in a rage. Not good. The middle-aged elder and the black-clothed elder glanced at each other, then hurried forward to stop her. This situation had to be controlled. If Yangzhen killed Yixian, then the Bloodrock sect would lose a lot of face. At that time, who would want to join the Bloodrock sect? The disciples were the future of the Bloodrock sect. If this matter were to spread, then the number of disciples in the Bloodrock sect would grow smaller and smaller. Fortunately, the middle-aged elder and the black-clothed elder still had some brains and immediately restrained Yangzhen. You too, Scram. Yangzhen roared. Elder Yang, you can't keep making mistakes. The middle-aged elder shouted. As the 3 true energy disaster experts exchanged blows, the law enforcement disciples in the law enforcement hall immediately retreated. However, what was helpless was that Yangzhen had already lost her rationality. Her attacks were merciless and even affected several law enforcement disciples, causing them to lose their lives. Unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Xian snorted coldly and immediately turned to leave. The surrounding disciples had already hidden far away. They could understand Xian's behavior. After all, Xian had become Yangzhen's must-kill person. If he didn't run and the two law enforcement elders couldn't stop Yangzhen, then wouldn't he be dead? Originally, Xian was prepared to wait for the people of Blizzard Manor, but now it seemed that he had to leave with Luo Luo. Luo Luo, let's go. Xian hurriedly transmitted to Luo Luo. Immediately, Xian rushed toward Luo Luo's residence. As long as he could pick her up, then he would directly break through the void and leave the Bloodrock sect. Young master, how is it? Luo Luo asked as she leaned toward Xian. Yangzhen killed Guoliang and is now in a berserk state. She wants to kill me, Xian explained. Then, he saw Luo Luo and quickly hid her in the storage space. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flew towards him at high speed. What? The two law enforcement elders didn't stop her? Xian turned his head in shock. When he found that it was actually Yangzhen, he was immediately shocked. He had heard a little about Yangzhen's strength. Yangzhen was only at the first layer of true energy disaster, the lowest level of true energy disaster. But for some reason, the other elders were afraid of her. Even the elders at the second layer of true energy disaster were afraid of her. Just as he was about to break through the void, a notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Kill Yangzhen. Reward: Beast God Bloodline Advancement Route 1 Opportunity. A random mission unexpectedly appeared at this time. This was something that Xian never expected. He was only at the 6th layer of human body disaster. If he wanted to kill Yangzhen, it wouldn't be that easy. However, as long as he killed Yangzhen, then he could once again increase the Beast God Bloodline's Agility Advancement Route. The heavens are watching. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first. Xian roared in his heart. This time, he was filled with killing intent. Although Yangzhen was Luo's master, so what? Cold Sky Slash. I have Nirvana. At that moment, Xian retreated while launching an attack. If he wanted to defeat Yangzhen, he needed to find an open space. Coincidentally, the martial arts arena was very suitable. Bastard, go to hell. Yangzhen was already blinded by hatred. If it weren't for Xian, how could she kill her own son with her own hands? Pung, pung. Two muffled sounds rang out. Xian's two attacks were easily defeated by Yangzhen. Although she was only at the first layer of true energy disaster, she was still 5 layers higher than Xian. Her attack was definitely not something that Xian could defend against with his current strength. Xiao! Xiao! 2 sword beams swept out. Xian hastily dodged them. There's indeed a huge gap. Even Sword Force is unable to make up for it. Fortunately, she hasn't comprehended Sword Force. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Chapter 972. Sword Force was something that relied on talent. Of course, a large part of it was also luck. Yangzhen had already broken through to true energy disaster, but she had yet to comprehend the minute subtlety Sword Force, so her strength was not very strong. Now, Xian understood that the 2 law-enforcing elders had purposely let Yangzhen leave so that they could chase after him. What exactly was Yangzhen's background? At this moment, Xian had already stepped into the training field. In order to complete this random mission, he had to reveal his trump card, Doppelganger Wei Jintian. When he flashed onto the largest arena in the training field, he split into 2 and Wei Jintian suddenly soared into the sky. Unfortunately, Luo's cultivation was too low, so she could not help. This old woman actually wants to kill young master. She's really not a good person. Young master, don't show mercy later. Luo's voice rang in Xian's mind. Xian bitterly smiled in his heart. Even if Luo did not say it, he would not have held back. Bastard, it's all because of you that Liang died. Now, I will take revenge for Liang. Yangzhen roared and attacked again. A true energy disaster expert could fight against 10 9th-layer human body disaster experts, but Xian was not to be trifled with. He directly attacked. Cold Sky Slash. I have illusion. Burning Eye. I have Nirvana. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger also revealed their trump cards. Not only that, he also used a trump card that he had not used for a long time. In an instant, the corpses in the devouring space disappeared, and his strength instantly increased by 60%. Beast King Rampage. The number of corpses consumed by Beast King Rampage would increase with the number of times it was used in the realm. Currently, Yi Xian was at 6th layer human body disaster, so he had consumed a lot of corpses. Some of these corpses were killed by him, but most of them were from the 5 people of Raging Flames Manor. In addition, the Beast God bloodline could evolve 4 times, so Yi Xian's current physique was comparable to 7th layer human body disaster. Although it could only increase the gap, Yi Xian only had one true killing move. Die. After being hit by Yi Xian's various mental attacks, Xianxia roared. She endured the pain and slashed at Yi Xian with all her might. At the same time, the heaven-shocking sword had already split into 100 sword shadows. Return of the 10,000 swords. The appearance of over 100 heaven-shocking swords also caused Xianxia's mind to tremble. Just now, Yi Xian's Eye of Illusion was useless against her, but when she saw these 100 heaven-shocking swords, her first reaction was also an illusion. However, she soon realized that this was not an illusion, but a real attack. More than 100 heaven-quake swords, all of which contained sword energy. No one in the human body disaster realm would be able to block them. However, Xianxia had already broken through to true energy disaster, and her true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. Relying on her movement technique, she forcefully pulled away from the 100 heaven-quake swords. 10,000 swords return to origin was Yi Xian's killer move. It could only be used once a day, and the cooldown would be reset after midnight. Last time, he used the 10,000 swords return to origin to deal with Wuxia, and this time, he used it to deal with Xianxia. This bastard actually comprehended sword energy and even knows illusions, mental attacks, and puppets. Just where did he come from? Xianxia couldn't help but think to herself. Although she was astonished, she did not have time to think about it. This 10,000 swords return to origin gave her a huge headache. She had to go around this group of heaven-quake swords and kill Yi Xian. However, this was not so easy. Cold Sky Slash. I have Nirvana. When Yi Xian saw that the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eyes were not very effective against Xianxia, he immediately chose to give up. In the end, material attacks were still more effective. Yi Xian's main body and doppelganger continuously attacked. Wei Jintian automatically controlled his brothers, causing quite a bit of trouble for Xianxia. Xianxia had already been in the training field for 4 to 5 seconds, but in these 4 to 5 seconds, she was actually unable to get close to Yi Xian. Instead, she was being chased by Yi Xian. Let's see how long you can last. Xianxia stopped attacking and focused on dodging. However, as a true energy disaster expert, she was actually unable to do anything to Yi Xian. This was simply humiliating. Her current plan was to stall for time. However, Yi Xian wanted to quickly kill her. I can't delay any longer. If I delay any longer, the experts of the Blood Rock sect will arrive. I have to end this quickly. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he gave Wei Jintian an order in his heart. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. In the next moment, the group of swords dancing in the sky suddenly expanded. The heaven-quake swords transformed into giant swords and then crashed down on Xianxia. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the giant swords descended. What? Xianxia jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. However, because there were too many giant swords, she directly fell into the group of giant swords. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the giant swords fell from various angles. Some were as straight as a mountain peak, while others were slanted. In less than a second, Xianxia was trapped within. She was surrounded by giant swords that shook the heavens. Furthermore, the swords were at tricky angles. The largest hole was only the size of a wash basin. She was trapped and could not escape. However, Yi Xian could use these holes to attack Xianxia. I have Nirvana. I have Dissection. Yi Xian's original body and clone attack from the left and right. From the beginning until now, he hadn't used the Eye of Dissection. Now that the Eye of Nirvana was used as a cover for the Eye of Dissection, Xianxia would definitely be hit. Bang! The Eye of Nirvana exploded on the giant swords. The powerful shockwave shook Xianxia's long hair, making her look like a crazy woman. Xianxia raised her hands and blocked with the long sword in her hand. However, in the next moment, the dissection ray swept in. Sizzle, sizzle. Xianxia's supreme spiritual treasure and her back were hit at the same time. In front of her eyes, the supreme spiritual treasure actually started to turn into powder and was blown away by the wind. Her back was the same. The intense pain caused her to cry out in pain. To think that she, a true energy disaster expert, was actually put in such a state by Yixian. The latter's strength was enough to make her take him seriously. However, at this moment, her escape route was sealed by the spiritual sword array. She couldn't even burrow into the ground. She was completely trapped in the spiritual sword array like a bird in a cage. See if I don't kill you? Yixian's eyes flickered. He constantly changed his angle and used the supreme spiritual treasure in his hand to stab at the holes. As long as he found an opportunity, he would directly use the Eye of Dissection. As long as he hit Xianxia's head, even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. The return of 10,000 swords lasted for more than 10 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed. With the remaining time, Yixian could definitely kill her. Bastard, you dare to kill me? Chapter 973. Why are you still spouting such nonsense? If I kill you, I'll be able to advance my agility to 9 points and increase my movement speed by 10%. Yixian snorted coldly in his heart. There were a total of 8 holes in the spiritual sword array. He and his clone kept moving back and forth, tormenting Xianxia inside. Her shoulders, calves, and arms were all hit by the disintegration ray. In just a few seconds, Xianxia's body was bleeding profusely. If she had not desperately protected her vital parts, she would have died long ago. Due to the huge difference in their realms, the effect of the disintegration ray was not very ideal. Just now, only the body of the supreme spiritual treasure was disintegrated. However, Yixian estimated that in another 3 seconds, which was when the duration of the return of 10,000 swords was up, he would be able to kill Xianxia. However, at this moment, stop, you unfilial son. A sudden roar in the sky fell into Yixian's ears. His clone glanced around and saw a figure flying towards him rapidly. It was a middle-aged man, but his clothes were not the clothes of an inner sect elder of the Bloodrock sect. Sect Master? Yixian was shocked. The Bloodrock sect master's aura was so strong that it made his breathing difficult. His strength was probably more than 10 times that of Xianxia. I can't fight him head-on. This was Yixian's first reaction. Although he was a little unwilling, Yixian knew that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely be killed by the Bloodrock sect master on the spot. Let's go. Yixian's eyes flickered as he immediately broke open the void door. However, at this moment, the Bloodrock sect master in the distance suddenly pinched the air. You want to leave? Stay. The Bloodrock sect master shouted. Yixian's body trembled. He felt that his original body and clone could not move at all. What kind of technique was this? He hurriedly scanned with the Eye of Revelation and realized that there was an energy palm holding him firmly. Ding! Copy of the Dragon Catcher Hand successful. Learn? The system prompted. The Dragon Catcher Hand was the signature technique of the Bloodrock sect master. It could control people from a distance and was very domineering. However, Yixian did not have the time to learn this at the moment. Although he had used Beast King's Rampage, the 60% increase in strength was not enough to allow him to break free from the shackles of this giant hand. It's over. Yixian raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned gloomy. He quickly called Wei Jintian over to help. In another second, the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect would arrive. At that time, he would definitely die. Unfilial son, how dare you injure people in my Bloodrock sect? You're courting death. As expected, the sect master of the Bloodstone sect had still managed to make it in time. However, Yi Xian was still unable to break free from the shackles of the dragon capturing hand. Looks like he's going to be in for a tragedy this time. Wei Zhentian was summoned by Yi Xian and was about to undo the restraints on his body. However, he was still unable to break free. Thus, Yang Zhen also obtained her freedom. "I'll kill you." Yang Zhen let out an explosive shout as she launched an attack towards Yi Xian, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. "Stop!" The sect master of Bloodstone Sect's eyes flashed as he hurriedly blocked the attack. "What are you doing? He killed your son." Yang Zhen subconsciously shouted. This sentence also caused Yi Xian to tremble. Guoliang was the son of the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect. Now, Yi Xian finally understood why Yang Zhen was able to do as she pleased in the Bloodstone sect. So, it was because of the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect. It was no wonder that all the elders were afraid of her. The one who killed Guoliang wasn't him, it was you. The sect leader of the Bloodstone sect looked at Yi Xian with a cold expression. Originally, he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot. However, after seeing Yang Zhen's miserable state, he suddenly changed his mind. He knew a technique to control people. As long as he could control Yi Xian, then the Bloodstone sect would flourish under Yi Xian's control in the future. One had to know that Yi Xian was only at the 6th grade of human body disaster, yet he was able to force Yang Zhen, who was at the 1st grade of true energy disaster, into a dead end. Who in the entire Bloodstone sect could do that? "I don't care, I'm going to kill him." Yang Zhen didn't care so much. She raised her hand and attacked again. However, it was still blocked by the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect. "Guohua, it's all because of him that Liang died," Yang Zhen said with bloodshot eyes. Her entire body was covered in blood and countless wounds, making her look like a walking corpse. "I already know what happened. If it wasn't for you, how could Guoliang have died?" The sect leader of the Bloodstone sect glared. Indeed, if Yang Zhen hadn't wanted to harm Yi Xian because of her face, Guoliang wouldn't have been used as a shield by Yi Xian. Therefore, Guoliang's death was caused by Yang Zhen. Moreover, she was the one who killed him. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Xian only felt that the plot was a little melodramatic. Yang Zhen's dead husband was surnamed Guo. He didn't expect that the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect would also be surnamed Guo. Therefore, Guoliang could legitimately use the sect leader's surname. However, there was no one in the upper echelon of the Bloodstone sect who didn't know about this. They all knew that Guoliang was the son of Yang Zhen and the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect, which was why they allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Yi Xian was thinking about how to break free from the dragon capturing hand. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak and he couldn't do anything at all. This time, he was really screwed. His 2 clones might be in danger, but he still had a trump card in his hand. If I knew this would happen, I would have taken Luoluo and left. That way, I wouldn't be in danger. Now, I can only see if the Wind Snow Manor's name is useful. However, the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect might also ignore it. After all, there's no proof. Yi Xian felt very helpless in his heart. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being too greedy. He clearly knew how powerful a true Qi disaster expert was, yet he still wanted to fight head-on. In the end, it dragged on for so long. Now that the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect had personally made a move, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Not only did he fail to advance, but he also lost 2 lives. The sect leader of the Bloodstone sect said to Yang Zhen, "Treat your injuries first. Once I control him, you can do whatever you want with him." The latter also understood his methods. Her face darkened as she began to treat her injuries. Immediately after, Yi Xian felt a stabbing pain. It was the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect using a mental attack on him. "Oh no, he wants to control me." Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He wasn't afraid of control-type martial arts, but he was afraid that the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect would kill him after knowing that he couldn't be controlled. How is this possible? My soul assimilating curse has no effect. The sect leader of the Bloodstone sect couldn't believe it. Yi Xian had the eye of revelation, so he could copy the soul assimilating curse. However, he had the eye of control, so he didn't need such martial arts at all. Moreover, he was now being controlled. This was a moment of life and death, so he didn't have time to care about other things. Unfortunately, Xian couldn't find a solution even after racking his brains. Therefore, he could only show his trump card. Sect leader, perhaps you still don't know, but I'm good friends with Wind Snow Manor's young Master Wind Snow, right? Xian finally spoke. As soon as he said that, the sect leader of the Bloodstone sect, Yang Zhen, and the elders and disciples who had just arrived were all shocked. Chapter 974. You think you can get acquainted with young Master Wind Snow? The Bloodrock sect master clearly did not believe him. Huh? Xian grinned and said, Elder Yang, you sent Wuxia to kill me, right? Hearing this question, Yang Zhen's heart trembled. She originally thought that Wuxia had not found Xian. However, if they had not met, how would Xian know about Wuxia? At that time, young Master Wind Snow fell into the trap of the Raging Flames Villa's experts and was poisoned, causing his realm to fall to the 9th level of human body disaster. Coincidentally, I was doing an assessment mission at the 10,000 Snowy Mountains and save his life. In order to repay me for saving his life, young Master Wind Snow invited me to the Wind Snow Villa as a guest. Then, I met Wuxiao on the way. Xian began to narrate. At this point, he suddenly paused, turned his head to look at Yang Zhen, and said, Wuxiao doesn't know young Master Wind Snow. He wanted to kill both of us, but unexpectedly, he was turned into meat paste by me. What did you say? Hearing this, Yang Zhen immediately exploded, but in the next moment, she was stopped by the middle-aged elder. Guoliang was killed by her with her own hands, and Guichao, who she sent to kill Xian, was turned into minced meat by Xian. Now that both of her sons were dead, how could she not take revenge? Get out of my way! Yang Zhen exploded again, but with her heavy injuries, she was no match for the middle-aged elder and was instantly restrained. Hearing this, the Bloodrock sect master could not help but frown. Guoliang's death was more painful for him. After all, Guoliang was his flesh and blood. However, for the sake of the Bloodrock sect, he had no choice but to leave Xian alive. As for Guichao, it did not matter. Guichao was only the child of Yang Zhen and her husband. If what Xian said was true, then Xian was young Master Wind Snow's savior. The Bloodrock sect master really did not dare to touch Xian. However, if what Xian said was false, then he deserved to die? How can you prove your words? The sect master of the Bloodrock sect asked carefully. It can't be helped. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I reckon that the people from Wind Snow Villa will be here soon. You'll know when they arrive. Xian coldly snorted. Hearing this, Yang Zhen immediately shouted, full of nonsense. Guohua, kill him. Shut up. The sect master of Bloodstone sect shouted fiercely. In the eyes of the Wind Snow Manor, the Bloodrock sect was just a small force. If the Wind Snow Manor was compared to the Bloodrock sect, the Wind Snow Manor's strength was at least 10 times that of the Bloodrock sect. The Wind Snow Villa could destroy the Bloodrock sect in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xian suddenly remembered something and immediately said, Oh right, the corpses of the 5 experts of the Raging Fire Villa are in my interspatial ring. You can take a look at them. Upon hearing this, the Elder in Black immediately dashed over and removed Xian's interspatial ring. Then, there were 5 horrible corpses in a martial arts field. These 5 people were indeed wearing the uniform of the Raging Fire Villa. Humph! This only proves that you killed the people of the Raging Fire Villa. It can't prove anything else. Guohua, he dares to kill the experts of the Fiery Villa. Hurry up and kill him, or else the Bloodrock sect will face a calamity. Yang Zhen immediately fanned the flames. Right now, what she wanted to do the most was to cut Xian into 1,000 pieces. The sect master Bloodstone sect's expression changed abruptly when he heard this. Xian actually killed the people of the Raging Fire Villa. If the Raging Fire Villa found out, the Bloodrock sect would be in trouble. He immediately made a decision. Today's matter must not be spread. Elder Chiu, quickly activate the protective mountain array and seal off the mountain gate. The sect master Bloodstone sect immediately ordered. Seeing this, Xian cursed inwardly. Only now did he realize that he was courting death. If he did not take out the corpses of the 5 experts of the Raging Fire Villa, he might be able to live a little longer. But now, the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect might kill him immediately. Kid, it seems that I can't let you live. The Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect clenched his right hand, and Yi Xian felt the giant qi hand on his body tighten. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's bones were directly crushed. If the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect had used a little more strength, he would have died. Yi Xian was already prepared to die. At worst, he would make a comeback and destroy the Bloodrock sect. However, at this moment, huff, 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 the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 10 degrees, followed by a violent shout. Who dares to touch him? This voice was very familiar to Yi Xian. It was young Master Feng Shui whom he had saved that day. After hearing this, he seemed to see hope, but he still cursed in his heart. Damn it, why did they have to set up such a formation? They're finally here. The Wind Snow Villa was finally here. When the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect, who was prepared to crush Yi Xian, heard this, his body trembled violently as he looked at the newcomer. Only 6 people from the Wind Snow Villa came this time. In addition to young Master Feng Shui, there were 5 true energy disaster experts. Among them, 2 of them had auras that were not inferior to the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect. This was the strength of the Wind Snow Villa. Almost everyone present did not expect that Yi Xian actually knew the young Villa Master of the Wind Snow Villa, Feng Wuan. The Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect was also glad that he was a little slower. If he accidentally strangled Yi Xian to death, the Bloodstone sect would be in trouble. After young Master Feng Shui appeared, he immediately used the wind-snow movement technique to rush in front of Yi Xian, leaving behind a trail of snowflakes, looking very elegant. Seeing this, the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect hurriedly let go of Yi Xian. Brother Yi, are you okay? Young Master Feng Shui asked. It's nothing, just a small injury. Yi Xian shook his head. Before young Master Feng Shui appeared, his bones had already been repaired by the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. At this time, he was in peak condition. Then, young Master Feng Shui turned his head to look at the Sectmaster of Bloodstone's sect and said, Sectmaster Guo's dragon-catching hand is indeed worthy of its reputation. Although it's only an incomplete version, it's still very good. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the panel. Dragon-catching hand, incomplete version. Sure enough, it was only an incomplete version. Yi Xian was very fond of this martial art. It could control the enemy from a distance, which was very good. He wondered how powerful the complete version of Dragon-catching hand would be. At this time, ding, Dragon-catching hand can be repaired. The repair requires martial arts storage. Do you want to repair it? The system suddenly prompted. Martial arts storage? Is it the martial arts that I copied into the devouring system? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and immediately replied, yes. Then he began to choose those martial arts. Once these martial arts were used to repair, he would not be able to learn them again. However, these martial arts were just decorations to him, so Yi Xian directly pulled in all the martial arts. Ding! Dragon-catching hand's completion rate reached 5%. The system prompted again. Yi Xian was shocked. He had used up all the martial arts storage, but only managed to repair 5%. How advanced was this dragon-catching hand? Chapter 975. Young Master Feng Shui. Yi Xian is a disciple of my Bloodrock sect. I have the right to arrest him for harming a fellow disciple. The Sectmaster of Bloodrock sect said to young Master Feng Shui. Harming a fellow disciple. Young Master Feng Shui raised his eyebrows and said, when Yi Xian escorted me back to the Windy Snow Villa, he happened to meet an inner disciple of the Bloodrock sect called Wuxia. He even wanted to kill me. Boom! These words caused the surrounding people to swallow their saliva. They didn't expect that what Yi Xian said just now was actually true. Wuxia is the son of our elder Xianxia. This matter has nothing to do with our sect. The Sectmaster Bloodrock sect immediately drew the line. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately shouted, Guohua, you're so cruel. Guoliang was also the son of the Sectmaster of Bloodrock sect. However, the Sectmaster of Bloodrock sect was not sad at all after Guoliang's death. Instead, he left Yixian behind. However, this was understandable. After all, the sect master of Bloodrock sect had to think for the sect. It was best to push the blame to Yangzhen for today's matter. Sect Master Gua, what should you do? Young Master Feng Shui asked with a smile. Elder Yangzhen abused her power to frame and harm a disciple of our sect. She will be stripped of her position as an elder, and her cultivation will be crippled. The sect master of Bloodrock sect immediately signaled to the middle-aged elder. After receiving the order, the middle-aged elder also punched Elder Yangzhen's dantian. The dantian was the third vital point of a human after the brain and heart. However, it was easier to destroy the brain and heart than the dantian. Therefore, most people would target the brain and heart. Bang! Yangzhen did not react in time, and her dantian was instantly shattered. Immediately, her genuine qi flowed out and returned to the world. Yangzhen spat out blood and pointed at the sect master of Bloodrock sect. She did not expect the latter to be so cruel. Seeing that Yangzhen's cultivation was crippled, young Master Feng Shui nodded in satisfaction and said, "In that case, I won't pursue this matter. Today, I came to your sect to ask Yixian to join our Windy Snow Villa. Sect Master Gua, as long as he agrees, I have no objections." The sect leader of the Bloodrock sect immediately said. At this moment, he didn't dare to have any objections. Didn't he see that the Wind Snow Villa had brought an expert over? All right. Young Master Wind Snow nodded and looked at Yixian. Then I will leave the Bloodrock sect today and join the Wind Snow Villa, Yixian immediately said. The Bloodstone sect master heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. After all, Yixian had killed someone from the Blazing Fire Villa. Now that he had joined the Snow Wind Villa, it could be considered a diversion. Yixian hoped that the people from the Blazing Fire Villa would not come looking for him. However, this was not safe. He felt that there was a need to restrict the disciples' movements and seal off Bloodrock sect for a period of time. Then we'll take our leave. Wind Snow Gongzi cupped his fists at the Bloodstone sect leader and left with Yixian. The surrounding thousands of disciples watched enviously as Yixian left. Yangzhen also endured the pain as he looked at Yixian's back and said in his heart, "I will not let you off." The Wind Snow Villa was a force that was a level stronger than the Bloodrock sect. In the eyes of outsiders, Yixian would have a meteoric rise in the future since he knew young Master Wind Snow. In fact, even Yixian did not expect that he would be able to succeed today. This was really a close call. If young Master Wind Snow had arrived a little later, he would have been crushed to pieces. It's a pity that I can't kill or control Yangzhen. Yixian was very helpless. He was also secretly blaming himself. If he had used that devouring point to advance his bloodline, then he would have been able to kill Yangzhen. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Although Yangzhen's cultivation was crippled, her mental strength was still much stronger than Yixian's. Moreover, young Master Wind Snow did not specifically ask for her death, so Yixian could not take advantage of her. The time limit of this random mission was 1 day, but it was estimated that he could not complete it now, so Yixian could only choose to give up. Yixian followed young Master Wind Snow and left. Now, young Master Wind Snow was more and more satisfied with Yixian. He was only at the 6th layer of human body disaster, yet he was able to seriously injure a true energy disaster expert. If he was nurtured in the future, he would definitely be able to strengthen the Wind Snow Villa. After leaving the Bloodrock sect, young Master Wind Snow suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, "Oh right, Yixian, didn't you say that you have a younger sister?" "Oh, I told her to wait at the small town at the foot of the mountain. I'll go pick her up first." After Yixian finished speaking, he quickly rushed out. Young Master Wind Snow and the other 5 people waited there. After a while, Yixian brought Luo over. "Oh, Fox Clan?" Young Master Wind Snow was slightly surprised. He thought that she was Yixian's younger sister. After Luo approached, she smiled sweetly and said, "Greetings, Brother Wuhan." And good. Feng Wuhan had a good impression of this little girl in front of him. Moreover, Luo looked young, yet she had already reached the 2nd layer of human body disaster. She was about the same as the disciples of Wind Snow Villa. Wind Snow Villa was not a sect. If outsiders wanted to enter Wind Snow Villa, they had to be at least at the 6th layer of human body disaster. However, there was no age limit like the Bloodrock sect. After that, Yixian and Luo Luo followed young Master Windsnow and headed to Windsnow Villa. However, the journey was not so peaceful. Previously, on the way here, there were some people sneaking around. I'm afraid that they were spies from Blazing Fire Villa. If we go back the way we came, I'm afraid that we will be ambushed. Young Master Windsnow reminded. Yixian already knew about the grudge between Windsnow Villa and Blazing Fire Villa. The two families were locked in a fierce battle and would be ruthless whenever they had the chance. Then, should we take a detour? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and said, "No need. I have a snow wind tablet on me. Even if more people come from Blazing Fire Villa, it won't help." Feng Wuhan said confidently. If the other party really came, then it was worth it to exchange a Blazing Fire tablet for a large number of experts from Blazing Fire Villa. Since Yixian had already agreed to join Wind Snow Villa, then he would fight for Wind Snow Villa. As long as Blazing Fire Villa dared to come, he would naturally take action. However, apart from him and Luo Luo, everyone present had true energy disaster. Moreover, he had already used 10,000 swords Return to Origin. This time, he was afraid that he would not be able to help. With the Snow Wind Tablet, Feng Wuhan was not afraid of anyone at all. Therefore, he went back the way he came. Along the way, they encountered many people by chance. They should be the spies from Blazing Fire Villa. The people from Wind Snow Villa never killed people to steal treasures. Therefore, they chose to ignore them. To everyone's surprise, Blazing Fire Villa did not make a move this time. They actually returned to Wind Snow Villa safe and sound. Wind Snow Villa was built on top of a snowy mountain. The temperature of this snowy mountain was extremely low. When ordinary people climbed up, their true energy circulation speed would be greatly reduced. However, the people from Wind Snow Villa lived in this place since they were young. Moreover, they also cultivated wind snow technique. Therefore, the temperature did not affect them. Chapter 976. Yixian, Luo Luo, come with me to see my father. Feng Wuhan said to Yixian and Luo Luo after returning to the Windy Snow Villa. Okay. Yixian nodded. Feng Wuhan's father was the villa master of the Windy Snow Villa. Feng Wuhan was bringing Yixian to ask his father to make arrangements for Yixian. Along the way, Yixian, Luo Luo, and Luo Luo attracted the attention of many people, most of whom were young girls. Young Master Wind Snow was elegant and noble, but he was the Prince Charming in their hearts. There were countless girls in the Windy Snow Villa who wanted to marry him. Of course, there were also people who were interested in Yixian and Luo Luo. Those who could be led by young Master Wind Snow must have some ability. Soon, Feng Wuhan brought Yixian to a residence at the peak of the Windy Snow Mountain. "Father!" Feng Wuhan shouted respectfully outside the door. "Come in." A man's voice came from inside. At this time, Yixian already felt that there were two people inside. Their strength was probably far beyond the sect master of the Bloodrock sect. Feng Wuhan walked in with Yixian. The two people inside were a middle-aged man and a white-haired old woman. They were both wearing snow-white clothes. Wuhan greets grandmother, father. Feng Wuhan hurriedly bowed. Yixian and Luo Luo were startled and hurriedly bowed as well. They didn't expect this white-haired old woman to be Feng Wuhan's grandmother. It was said that this old woman was the strongest person in the Windy Snow Villa, Shuehong. It was rumored that the Windy Snow Villa was built by Shuehong and Feng Wuhan's grandfather and was named after their surnames. However, Feng Wuhan's grandfather had already passed away. "Wuhan, this little brother is Yixian who saved your life, right?" Feng Wuhan's father, Feng Wenyao, looked at Yixian. "Yes." Feng Wuhan nodded and immediately told them what happened in the Bloodrock sect that day. After hearing this, Feng Wenyao and the old woman were shocked. A 6th-grade human body disaster seriously injured a 1st-grade vital energy disaster elder of the Bloodrock sect? Good. Little brother Ye's aptitude is amazing. From now on, you will live in the Windy Snow Villa, Feng Wenyao said directly. In the past few days that they'd been at the Wind Snow Villa, Feng Wuhan had told Yixian some things about the Wind Snow Villa. The Wind Snow Villa was divided into 6 large and small villas in order of importance. As for the first villa, it was naturally the most important one in the Wind Snow Villa. This was enough to show how much Feng Wenyao valued Yixian. "Thank you, Villa Lord," Yixian hurriedly said. "Who is this girl is?" "It's Yixian's sister, Luo. Feng Wuhan replied. "Come to me." Xianxia was. "Grandma." When Luo heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she strode forward and said softly, "Greetings, Grandma. Good, you look so exquisite." Shuahong was very satisfied with Luo. She glanced at Feng Wenyao and said, "You will live in the Windy Snow Villa too." "Thank you, Grandma." Luo smiled sweetly. Shuahong was the founder of the Windy Snow Villa, but she only had 3 sons. Moreover, these 3 sons only had grandchildren. She didn't have any granddaughters. Therefore, she was very fond of young girls. The women who entered the Windy Snow Villa were no worse than men. Because of this, many female experts came out of the Windy Snow Villa. Some even joined the 10,000 Flower Valley, which was more powerful than the Windy Snow Villa. "Here, these are for you." At this time, Shuahong suddenly took out a jade bottle from her universe ring and handed it to Luo, saying, "This is the snowflake pellet refined by my Wind Snow Villa. When you finish refining all of the snowflake pellets in this bottle, you should be able to break through to 9th grade human body disaster." Luo and Yixian's eyes lit up. A bottle of pills could help Luo break through to the 9th grade human body disaster. The Windy Snow Villa was really generous. "Thank you, Grandma." Luo hurriedly thanked. During this time, she had been depressed that the distance between her and Yixian was widening. Now, she could finally catch up. "Also, Yixian, I heard from Wuhan that you need brilliant gold Oregon. I just happen to have half of it here. Take it." After Shuahong finished speaking, she threw a golden ore in front of Yixian. This half of brilliant gold ore was much more precious than the bottle of snowflake pills in Luo's hand. At the same time, it was also necessary for Yixian to open the Eye of Glory. For the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, one needed to open a heavenly eye. Of course, these heavenly eyes didn't only need one thing. For example, there are several ways to open the Eye of Revelation. In short, brilliant gold or could open the glorious bloodline. Yixian hurriedly thanked. This was also one of the reasons why he joined the Windy Snow Villa. If he had already opened the glorious bloodline in the Bloodrock sect that day, then Yangzhen would have been killed by him. "All right, you two go and adapt to the new environment first," Shuahong said to Yixian and Luo. "Yes." Then, Feng Wuhan left with Yixian and Luo. This time, the Windy Snow Villa had made a big profit. Wuhan has a good eye. Not to mention that kid's amazing talent. Even that little girl is not simple. After Yixian and Luo left, Shuahong said indifferently, "Mother, what's so special about that little girl?" Feng Wenyao asked in astonishment. He was surprised that Shuahong took out such a precious snowflake pill. He didn't know what medicine was in Shuahong's gourd. Even if a girl with great talent entered the Windy Snow Villa, she would at most be given a snowflake pill. However, Luo received a whole bottle. I don't know what kind of bloodline she has, but when she got close to me, the ice bloodline in my body trembled. Shuahong pretended to be calm, but in fact, she was also very shocked. "That means that little girl's bloodline is above yours?" Feng Wenyao asked in astonishment. He knew what the ice bloodline in his mother's body was. It was born after Shuahong consumed a heavenly treasure when she was young. It was also because of this bloodline that Shuahong was much stronger than people of the same level. "Yes, I guess Wen doesn't know. Anyway, you just have to focus on nurturing him. It's a pity that my ice bloodline can't be passed down. Otherwise, the Windy Snow Villa would be more powerful than it is now." Shuahong sighed repeatedly. Although Yixian had left, he, who had the eye of perception, heard the conversation between Shuahong and Feng Wenyao. "I didn't expect the old manor head to have such a bloodline. This is rare." Yixian was surprised when he heard this, but he didn't think too much about it. This was because his attention was attracted by the dazzling gold, or Chapter 977. The Eye of Glory is finally about to open. Yi Xian's eyes glowed. This was the Heavenly Eye bloodline of the Heavenly Eye clan, an extremely powerful battle Heavenly Eye. If he wanted to open the Eye of Glory, his Xianxia would turn golden, and he would gain a few more powerful skills. Ding! Not enough dazzling gold, or the Eye of Glory is at 30%. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian suspected that he had misheard. The Eye of Glory was only at 30%? At this time, he suddenly remembered that the dazzling gold or that Shui Hong had given him was only half a piece. Damn, how can you cheat me like this? Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It seemed that he still needed a whole dazzling gold or to fully open the Eye of Glory. However, although the Eye of Glory was only at 30%, he could still use it. He just didn't have those powerful skills. Forget it, it's already not bad to be able to partially open the Eye of Glory. When I transform into the Golden War God, my strength will be much stronger than now. Yi Xian sighed. Then, Feng Wuhan brought Yi Xian and Luo Luo to their new residence. Yi Xian, Luo Luo, you two can live here and get used to the environment first. Also, the first manor has places like the martial arts pavilion. You can enter as you please. Feng Wuhan said directly. Thank you very much. Yi Xian thanked him. Although it was a pity that the Eye of Glory couldn't be fully open for the time being, he had learned a new powerful martial art, the dragon capturing hand of the Blood Rock Sect's sect master. If he wanted to repair the dragon capturing hand, he would need a large number of martial arts. If the quality was high, he would need less. Feng Wuhan nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to turn around, he remembered something and said, "Oh right, there's a middle-grade sword-shaped stone in the first manor's maple snow pillar." Middle-grade sword-shaped stone? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Low-grade sword-shaped stone corresponded to minute-level sword forms, while middle-grade sword-shaped stone corresponded to perfect-level sword forms. He had already comprehended minute-level sword forms. Even if he didn't use his other trump cards, his attack power was no weaker than a 9th-layer mortal body disaster. If he had comprehended the perfect level sword force, even a true energy disaster expert would have to temporarily avoid him. Feng Wuhan left immediately. Before he left his address so that Yi Xian could find him. "Young master, I'll go and refine the snowflake pill first." After Feng Wuhan left, Luo Luo jumped into her room. Previously, Shui Hong had said that if this bottle of snowflake pills was completely refined by Luo Luo would at least reach the 9th level of human body disaster. However, one should not forget that Luo Luo possessed a mysterious bloodline and a charm fusion crystal. In addition to the beast god's bloodline increasing her growth speed, she might be able to directly break through to true energy disaster. Therefore, Yi Xian had to work hard. Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded and quickly left. The first step was to record the sword-shaped stone. The climate of the Snow Wind Villa was quite harsh. Ordinary people would need a long time to adapt to the environment, until they succeeded in cultivating the Snow Wind technique. Being in the Snow Wind Mountain made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. After all, it was too cold here. After walking out of the courtyard, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. In the end, he saw a pillar in the distance. This pillar was surrounded by many people. It seemed to be the Snow Wind Pillar that Feng Wuhan had mentioned. Of course, what made Yi Xian certain was that this Snow Wind Pillar was inlaid with a mid-grade sword-shaped stone. He could see these things with spiritual energy at a glance. At that moment, he quickly rushed over. There were nearly 100 people around the Snow Wind Pillar. Among these people, most of them were at the 8th or 9th level of human body disaster. There were even experts at true energy disaster. From this, it could be seen that the Snow Wind Villa was much stronger than the Blood Rock sect. The Blood Rock sect had several hundred inner disciples, but there were probably less than 20 who had comprehended the sword force. At this time, the people around the Snow Wind Pillar had all comprehended the subtle level sword force. Therefore, they came to comprehend the perfect level sword force. Ding! Discovered mid-grade sword-shaped stone. Do you want to record it? The system prompted. Yes. Ding. Starting record of mid-grade sword-shaped stone. Current progress is 1%. Ding. Starting record of mid-grade sword-shaped stone. Current progress is 2%. Ding. Starting record of mid-grade sword-shaped stone. Current progress is 3%. The process of recording mid-grade sword-shaped stone was very slow, so Xian could only wait quietly. I can still exchange for mid-grade sword comprehension pills, but I don't have enough super devouring crystals. Xian took the opportunity to take a look, but then shook his head helplessly. He could exchange for sword comprehension pills with devouring points, but devouring points were too precious. Therefore, Xian would not exchange them for sword comprehension pills, even if he had 10 of them. After a long while, Xian finally heard a notification sound. Ding! Recording mid-grade sword-shaped stone completed. Now, he had the mid-grade sword-shaped stone. Although he still had other things to do, his second clone, who was far away in the eastern continent, had a lot of free time. He could meditate 24 hours a day. After recording the mid-grade sword-shaped stone, Xian quickly left for the martial arts pavilion. Previously, when Xian was in the Blood Rock sect, he had also gone to the martial arts pavilion, but the martial arts there were inferior. Now, he seemed to have a high status in the Snow Wind Villa, so he should be able to copy many martial arts to the devouring system. I've copied all the martial arts in the Snow Wind Villa. I wonder if I can repair the dragon catcher hands. Xian thought as he walked into the martial arts pavilion. The martial arts pavilion in the Snow Wind Villa only had 2 floors. The first floor was for lower-grade transcendent martial arts, and the second floor was for mid-grade martial arts. Kid, you must be the new genius that Wu Hen brought in, right? An amiable old man suddenly appeared beside Xian. The latter was shocked. He felt that this old man was still far away, but now he suddenly appeared. He was afraid that this old man's strength was not ordinary. Greetings, senior. Xian quickly clasped his fist. This is the Snow Wind Pill. Only those who have refined the Snow Wind Pill can learn the Snow Wind technique of the Snow Wind Villa. The old man smiled as he handed over a pill. Thank you, senior. Xian took the pill and swallowed it. In the Snow Wind Villa, the Snow Wind technique was the most powerful martial arts. It was very good among the mid-grade, transcendent martial arts. Therefore, the Snow Wind Villa changed the Snow Wind technique so that only those who had refined the Snow Wind Pill could learn it. Even if others obtained the Snow Wind technique, they would need the Snow Wind Pill. Very good. This Snow Wind Pill will be refined in about a day. You can look around the martial arts in the martial arts pavilion. If you need anything, you can find me. Chapter 978. Windy Snow Villa was very generous and took out all the martial arts. Even those who had just entered Windy Snow Villa could go to the first floor at will. Of course, only those with high status could go to the second floor. Xian did not say anything and went straight to the bookshelves. There were probably thousands of low-grade transcendent supreme martial arts on the first floor. That was a huge number. Ding. Copying begins. Ding. Copying begins. Ding. Copying begins. Xian went over and copied down these martial arts one by one. As for his actions, they fell into the eyes of the old man from before. Is he looking for a martial art that suits him? The old man thought to himself. Xian flipped through a book very quickly, which was why he thought so. A high-grade martial art might not be stronger than a martial art that suits him, because a martial art that suits him would be faster to learn and easier to use. In just a few minutes, Xian went through the entire first floor of the bookshelves and copied a total of more than 1,300 low-grade, transcendent supreme martial arts. However, what surprised him was that only 5% of the 1,300 low-grade, transcendent supreme martial arts were restored. Now, the Dragon Catcher Hands was only 10% complete. Damn, I've absorbed so many martial arts essences and only managed to restore 5%. Could it be that the Dragon Catcher Hands is a low-grade, transcendent supreme martial art? Or is it a superpower? Xian raised his eyebrows. Low-grade transcendent supreme martial arts were not very attractive to him. But if the Dragon Catcher Hands was a superpower, then it would be a huge gain. Superpowers were at the level of the manifestation realm. They were at least 10 times or even 100 times better than low-grade, transcendent supreme martial arts. Yi Xian, who was excited, went to the second floor again. He did not immediately look for the snow wind technique, but continued to copy one book after another. There were only more than 30 low-grade transcendent supreme martial arts on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion, and one of them was the snow wind technique. Yi Xian copied all of them. Ding! The dragon catcher hands is 15% complete. The system reminded him again. Damn, it's still only 5% complete. Yi Xian looked a little helpless. However, he did not use the snow breeze technique to repair the dragon catcher hand. After all, if he used it to repair the dragon catcher hand, he could not use the super engulfing crystal to learn the snow breeze technique directly. He had to alert himself. Ding! Host has learned the snow wind tactics. The snow wind technique was divided into the snow wind sword technique and the snow wind movement technique. This was something that Yi Xian already knew. At the same time, after cultivating the snow wind technique, he was more or less immune to the harsh climate around him. Now, he had completed the intermediate sword-shaped stone inscription. The completion rate of Dragon Catcher Hands had also reached level 15, and he had also learned snow wind technique. In that case, it was time for Yi Xian to raise his cultivation level. I heard that behind the Snow Wind Mountain is the 10,000 Snowy Mountain. Let's go there to hunt and level up. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian quickly dashed out. However, before he could take a few steps, Luola's cry of surprise rang out. Young master, I've broken through to the third stage of human body disaster. What? So fast? Yi Xian was shocked. The value of this snow wind pill is too high. I reckon that I can at least break through to true energy disaster, Luoluo replied. It seems that I have to work hard. Otherwise, I'll be surpassed by you again. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. He left the Snow Wind Mountain Manor and entered the 10,000 Snowy Mountain. The 10,000 Snowy Mountain was filled with transcending supreme beings, sacred beasts, such as Snow Wind Ape, Snow Wind Eagle, Frost Python, and so on. In any case, these were all Yi Xian's targets. The deeper one goes into the 10,000 Snowy Mountain, the higher the level of the transcending, supreme being, sacred beasts. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with true energy disaster. Yi Xian thought inwardly. Previously, he had used all kinds of trump cards to trap Xianxia in the spiritual sword array. If he had used the last bit of devouring points to upgrade his bloodline, Xianxia would have died. Unfortunately, he couldn't bear to do so, so he didn't complete the random mission. After entering the 10,000 Snowy Mountain, Yi Xian checked the mission system. Every time he entered a place, the missions of that place would be prioritized. At this time, the missions that entered his eyes were all missions to kill monsters in the 10,000 Snowy Mountain or to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Killed a first-grade true energy disaster snow eagle. Reward: 1 ice vein fruit. Killed a first-grade true energy disaster frost python. Reward: 1 heavenly ice grass. Killed a first-grade true energy disaster snow mountain ape. Reward: 1 blue serene flower. The rewards of these missions were very good. Yi Xian accepted these missions. After all, the amount of super devouring crystals required to accept a mission was not a lot. Moreover, there was no time limit. If he happened to encounter a mission, then it would be an additional income. After entering the 10,000 Snowy Mountain, Yi Xian went in a straight line. He only attacked when he encountered a living creature. The level of the transcending, supreme being, sacred beasts outside was very low. Even if he killed 100 of them, it wouldn't be comparable to one in the depths. After running for about half a day, he finally entered the danger zone. This was a place where transcending, supreme being, sacred beasts of true energy disaster would appear. Come, let me meet a transcending, supreme being, sacred beast. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Ever since he half-opened the Eye of Glory, his fighting spirit had been constantly rising. However, he had no opponents. As long as he met a transcending, supreme being, sacred beast, then he would open the Eye of Glory and see how powerful it was. He wandered around the 10,000 Snowy Mountain. Relying on the Eye of Perception, he could clearly sense every movement in his surroundings. Found it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Within the range of his perception, there was a huge figure moving around. This huge figure was comparable to a bloodstone giant. It was dozens of meters tall. Every time it lifted its foot, it would cause the earth to shake. A first-grade true energy disaster frost giant? Yixian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had found his target. Immediately, he approached the frost giant. This frost giant's defense was very strong. Its ice crystal defense was not something an ordinary person could break through. Even a ninth-grade human body disaster expert might not be able to do so. Yixian held the heaven-shaking sword and quickly ran toward it. When he got close, his eyes suddenly released two golden rays of light. Eye of Glory. In the next moment, his eyes turned golden. Not only that, even his hair turned from black to gold in an instant. Golden true energy revolved around Yixian, making him look like a golden god of war. Golden true energy, let's see how strong it is. Yixian raised his hand and swung his sword, causing a golden sword chi to sweep out. Ice Snow Sword Technique, Ice Snow Strike. The Eye of Glory could turn true energy into a golden color. It was a bit like the metal attribute attack in the Void God realm. However, this attack was at least 10,000 times stronger than the one in the Void God realm. Not only that, the original Ice Snow Strike was a light blue color, but it was covered up by the Eye of Glory. Xiao, Chapter 979. So strong. Yixian was astonished. He had only used the Ice Snow Sword technique that he had just learned. He hadn't even used his sword form yet, but its power was stronger than the Cold Sky slash from before. If the Ice Snow Sword technique's proficiency was raised to 100% and combined with his sword form, he would definitely be able to pierce through this ice giant. Ice Snow Sword technique, Ice Snow Strike. Yixian struck out again. This time, he combined his sword form with his sword form. Now that the Ice Snow Sword technique's proficiency was raised to 20% and combined with his sword form, its power was several times stronger than before. Kacha! The golden sword chi once again split open the ice giant's ice crystal defense. This time, it directly pierced through the ice giant's arm. This ice giant had only come out to be a bystander. When it was suddenly attacked by a human, it was immediately enraged and charged towards Yixian. When it ran, it was like a meteor crashing towards Yixian. The Eye of Glory is really too strong. The only downside is that it consumes too much of my eye power. This time, it actually used up 2/3 of my eye power. Yixian was very helpless. The Eye of Glory was only partially opened, so using it once consumed 2/3 of his eye power was too much. If he waited until the Eye of Glory was fully opened, wouldn't he still be unable to use it? Fortunately, he would be able to exchange for the Divine Eye chapter after a while, which would increase the upper limit of his eye power. Moreover, when the Eye of Glory was fully opened, it would have all sorts of powerful skills. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't wait. Now, he only needed one more brilliant gold or to fully open the Eye of Glory. But for now, he had to deal with this first-grade true energy disaster ice giant first. Ding! Ice Snow Sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 30%. Ding! Ice Snow Sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Ding! Ice Snow Sword technique's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 50%. A series of notifications rang out. Earlier on, Yixian had exchanged for a sword comprehension pill and swallowed it. In addition to the sword skill comprehension of the Sword God bloodline, he had raised his Ice Snow Sword technique to 80% completion in the blink of an eye. The Ice Snow technique was a middle-grade, transcendent supreme martial art. It was already impressive that he could comprehend it so quickly. If not for the sword comprehension pill, Yixian would probably only be able to comprehend 60% of it. The 80% mastery of the Ice Snow Sword art had once again increased its power by several folds. One sword strike could easily pierce through the ice giant's body. It should be known that the ice giant's waist was several hundred meters wide. It's about time. I'll kill you. At this moment, Yixian's eyes flashed. Ice Snow Sword technique, Ice Snow Strike. Microscopic level sword force. This sword pierced straight into the snow giant's chest, instantly shattering the core within the snow giant's body. The snow giant was instantly killed by this attack. Its mountain-like body smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The surrounding snowy mountains even had an avalanche. After the snow giant died, Xian quickly rushed over and collected its corpse. A first-grade true energy disaster transcendent supreme sacred beast corpse was equivalent to 109th grade human body disaster corpses. Thus, Xian could use Beast King Rampage again. Beast King Rampage could increase one's strength by 60%. Although the effect was not obvious at true energy disaster, Xian was still a human body disaster. Beast King Rampage could make up for some of the difference. This corpse was enough for Xian to use Beast King Rampage twice. Not bad, not bad. The Sacred Beast Soul is very beneficial. I can level up after killing another 2 or 3. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he continued to search for his next target. The snowy mountains were terrifyingly large, and the environment was harsh. Fortunately, Xian cultivated the ice-snow technique, so he could ignore the environment. After searching for a while, he encountered a frost python. However, the effect of the Eye of Glory had already worn off. Ice-snow sword art. I have Nirvana. Xian's original body and doppelganger fought the frost python. The frost python's defense was not as strong as the snow giant's, but its speed was very fast. In order to eliminate this frost python, Xian had to spend some effort. Another first-grade true energy disaster transcended supreme sacred beast. Adding the reward from the mission system, I should be able to break through to 7th grade human body disaster. Xian was somewhat excited. As long as he broke through to 7th grade human body disaster, he would be able to deal with Xianxia even if he did not use his trump card. Not long after, he found another transcendent supreme sacred beast. This was the snow mountain ape he had killed before. However, it did not help him break through. After that, his luck was not very good. He did not encounter another first-grade true energy disaster transcendent supreme sacred beast. On the same night, Xian entered the snowy mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud sound attracted Xian's attention. At this time, Xian was resting in the air. After hearing the sound, he turned his head and saw that behind a snowy mountain, there were resplendent stars. It seemed that there were people fighting. Could it be people from the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa? Xian raised his eyebrows and decided to go over and take a look. The Ice and Snow Mountain Villa was built on one side of the snowy mountains, so they would often enter the snowy mountains to train. Of course, other powers would also have them. Xian went over to take a look. Because he was also a member of the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa, if someone on his side was in danger, he could lend a hand. If it was not someone on his side, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits. Of course, the Ice and Snow Mountain Villa had a good character, so when doing such things, they had to disguise themselves. However, when he got closer, he found that there was no need to disguise himself. In front of him, there was a team of 5 youths. At this time, this team was attacking a snow giant. Oh, Bloodrock sect? After seeing the attire of the 5 youths, Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that he would actually encounter a team from the Bloodrock sect in the snowy mountains. Moreover, this small team of 5 from the Bloodrock sect were all experts of true energy disaster. The leader was even at the 2nd grade of true energy disaster. These 5 people were most likely the top disciples of the Bloodrock sect. They were all under the age of 30. I heard that the young master of the Bloodrock sect, Guo Tong, is at the 2nd grade of true energy disaster. It seems that he is the youth leading the team. Xian's gaze fell on one of the youths. This Guo Tong was the son of the Bloodrock sect's leader, Guo Hua. Guo Chao, who had tried to kill Xian before, was Guo Tong's friend. To be precise, he was Guo Tong's lackey. Although the snow giant below had a strong defense, it could not withstand the joint attack of 5 people. It was already at the end of its strength. Seeing this scene, Xian's eyes suddenly flashed as a plan formed in his mind. That day, Guo Hua had used the dragon-capturing hands to trap him. He had almost died at Guohua's hands. This enmity had to be avenged. Chapter 980. Bang! A muffled sound came from below. In the end, the snow giant was unable to hold on and was killed by the encirclement. Senior Brother Guotung is indeed powerful. Even the snow giant, which is known for its defense, was easily killed. The 4 elite disciples of the Blood Rock sect started to flatter him. The snow giant's corpse slowly fell. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly approached quickly. "Who is it?" Guotung shouted. In the next moment, he saw his spoils of war disappear. Someone had put away the snow giant's corpse. Without a doubt, the thief who took away the snow giant's corpse was Yixian. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at 7th fleshly body disaster. The long-awaited level up notification finally rang out. Stealing kills to level up feels good. Yixian couldn't help but grin. When he was at 6th fleshly body disaster, he could contend against 1st fleshly body disaster. Now that he had broken through to 7th fleshly body disaster, he should be able to contend against 2nd fleshly body disaster. Of course, 7th fleshly body disaster couldn't satisfy him. This time, he wanted to directly break through to 8th fleshly body disaster. However, for now, he should first catch up with the disciples of the sect he belonged to. Greetings, senior brothers. After breaking through, Yixian cupped his fists and greeted the 5 people in front of him. "Who are you?" The 5 people were a little confused. This was the first time they had seen Yixian. Guotung also asked in astonishment, "Are you a disciple of our Blood Rock sect?" Facing this question, Yixian indifferently replied, "I was in the past, but not now." When these words came out, the 5 people instantly reacted. Previously, they had gone out to train and only recently returned to the Blood Rock sect. However, during this period of time, something big happened in the Blood Rock sect. Elder Xianxia's cultivation was crippled. It was said that before her cultivation was crippled, it was a disciple called Yixian who beat her until she was covered in wounds. This Yixian later left the Blood Rock sect and joined the Wind Snow Manor. "You are Yixian?" Guotung asked with a face full of shock. "Yes," Yixian directly replied. Yixian, in this legendary mission of the Blood Rock sect, as a 6th level human body disaster cultivator, he first beat up the 7th level human body disaster cultivator Guoliang, then killed the 9th level human body disaster cultivator Wuxia, and finally nearly killed the 1st level true energy disaster cultivator Yangzhen. What monster! However, when Guotung heard Yixian's reply, his expression turned ferocious. "You were the one who killed Wuxiao." Guoqiao was the child of Elder Yangzhen and her husband. He was not related to Guotung by blood. However, Guoqiao had done a lot of things for Guotung. Even though he didn't contribute much, he still put in a lot of effort. But since Guoqiao had been turned into minced meat by Yixian, Guotung naturally wouldn't let Yixian off so easily. "That's right. Guoqiao did die by my hands." Yixian nodded. "How dare you?" Guotung was enraged, but in the next moment, he remembered that Yixian had a powerful background. The Blood Rock sect was no match for the Wind Snow Villa. Let's not talk about this first. Why did you take away the snow giant's corpse?" Guotung questioned. "Why did I take it away?" Yixian lightly smiled. "Could it be that the snow giant was raised by you, Senior Brother Guotung? Or perhaps Senior Brother Guotung's name was written on the snow giant's corpse?" "What did you say?" Before Guotung could open his mouth, a disciple immediately stepped forward and glared at Yixian. "This is a world where the strong are respected. Senior Brother Guotung, don't you know that?" Yixian retorted. "What a good the strong are respected." As soon as Guotung finished speaking, the other 4 disciples surrounded Yixian. They were the ones who killed the snow giant, so how could they let Yixian take it away? "Oh, Senior Brother Guo wants to make a move?" Yixian didn't care at all. So what if they surrounded him? With his current realm, how could he be afraid of Guotung and the other 4? "Senior Brother Wu, this is the 10,000-layer snow mountain. This kid is walking right into our trap. Even if we kill him, the Ice Snow Villa won't know." A disciple reminded him. "Yes, kill him and avenge Junior Brother Wuxiao. We're the only ones here. It's a good time to make a move." The 4 disciples shouted one after another. Indeed, This was the 10,000-layer snow mountain. Not many people would come here. Moreover, it was late at night, so it was very suitable. Guotung heard the four's words and was silent for a while. The Ice Snow Villa was stronger than the Bloodrock sect. If this matter was exposed, the Bloodrock sect would suffer a heavy blow. However, as long as it was done neatly, there wouldn't be any problems. Kid, although I heard that you defeated Elder Xianxia, do you think you could be so arrogant in front of me? Guotung held his sword and said coldly to Yixian. Although Xianxia was an elder, he wasn't very strong. Among the 4 disciples present, at least 2 of them were stronger than Xianxia. Moreover, Guotung was a second-grade human body disaster, genius nurtured by the Bloodrock sect. As long as he made a move, Yixian would die without a doubt. Senior brother Guotung, it seems that you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid that the Ice Snow Villa will know? Yixian still had a calm expression. If we don't say, how will the Ice Snow Villa know? Guotung said coldly, since you're going to die, I might as well tell you a piece of news. I heard that you've taken an outer sect elder as your master. His name is Dongxing, right? Dongxing. Hearing this name, Yixian's body trembled and asked, and? Elder Dongxing was sent to a remote area by my father. But because you killed Guochao, I sent people to deal with him. Not a single one was left. Moreover, all the corpses were thrown to the Saint Beast by me. Ha ha, Guotung replied with a laugh. What? Yixian immediately revealed killing intent. His master, Dongxing, was actually dead. Moreover, his entire family was implicated. Not even a corpse was left behind. You deserve to die. Yixian gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to spare Guotung's life, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. The one who deserves to die is you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You're the one who harmed him. Guotung snorted. Now, Yixian could confirm that he was the nemesis of his masters. Zhou Tsang, Han Ming, and Dongxing were all his masters. However, they had all died one after another. Only Mysterious Mountain was still alive. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. Since that's the case, then I can only kill you all and avenge Master. Yixian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although Dongxing didn't teach him anything, he had once given him a protective amulet that blocked an important blow from the Bloodrock giant. Therefore, he could be considered his savior. At this moment, if he didn't kill Guotung and the other 4, how could he face Dongxing's spirit in heaven? Kill us? You? Go to hell. One of the disciples was in a bad mood. After a low shout, he madly dashed towards Yixian. You're the one who's courting death. Yixian gripped the Skyquake sword tightly and slashed. Snowy Sword Technique. Chapter 981. Xiao Peng. This disciple was one of the few that the Bloodrock sect had focused on nurturing. Naturally, he had comprehended sword force, which was why Yixian's sword only sent him flying. This is impossible. This disciple did not dare to believe that his strength was above Elder Yangzhan's, so why couldn't he block Yixian's sword? However, while he was still in shock, a silver light flashed. I have Nirvana. Rip. This disciple's head was directly cut off, and he died instantly. The reason why he was instantly killed by Yixian was partly because of the ice snow sword arts, and partly because he was careless. When he saw that Yixian did not attack again, he let his guard down. However, he did not expect that Yixian still had a mysterious killing move that could attack, even without raising his hand. Out of the 5, 1 was killed, leaving only 4. Junior brother Lin. Guoting opened his eyes wide. He did not expect that his junior brother Lin, who was at the first stage of human body disaster, would be killed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he quickly charged toward Yixian. Oof. Yixian looked at the 4's attacks and threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. Myriad swords returned to origin. The Skyquake sword split into 100 swords and charged toward Guotung. At the same time, Yixian attacked the other 3. I have glory. In an instant, Yixian's eyes and hair turned golden. Streaks of golden sword energy flew toward the other 3 disciples of the first stage of human body disaster. So strong. The 3 of them had gloomy expressions. They knew that these 3 attacks could not be blocked, so they hurriedly dodged. However, in the next moment, they were greeted by two Yixian. Using the Eye of Glory when the original body and avatar were fused would consume about 2/3 of the upper limit of the eye energy. If the avatar was created in this state, both the original body and avatar would remain in the Eye of Glory state. If the original body and avatar were to use the Eye of Glory separately, the two bodies would consume the same amount of eye energy, which would be twice as much as when they were fused. This was something that Yixian had just tested. It could be considered a way to conserve eye energy. At that moment, the two golden Yixian continuously attacked the three elite disciples. The original body and avatar still had 1/3 of their eye energy left, so the three were constantly tortured by the mental attacks. Bang! 2 seconds after the battle began, one disciple was forced to counterattack. However, the attack power of the golden sword energy was stronger than his, so he was killed by the sword. Now it was 2 against 2. As for Guotung, he was already badly battered by the hundreds of heaven-shocking sword-s. After all, the snowy environment was harsh, and his movement speed was slower than on land. It was already not bad that he could persevere. As for Yixian, after cultivating the snow wind arts, he could use the snow wind movement technique to directly step on the snow and run wildly on the snow. All of these factors caused Yixian's confidence to skyrocket. This guy, originally, he thought that the others had exaggerated Yixian's strength, but he didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, 2 of his 4 junior brothers had already died, and the remaining 2 probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Most importantly, he was still being suppressed by the hundreds of sky quake swords. Go! Guotung made a prompt decision to run. Yixian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and snorted in disdain. Young sect master of the Bloodrock sect, the number 1 genius of the Bloodrock sect. You run when you see me. Wei Zhentian, trap him with the spiritual sword formation. After receiving Yixian's order, the hundreds of sky quake swords rapidly expanded into gigantic swords and mercilessly fell. Bang! 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 Giant swords that shook the heavens ruthlessly stabbed into the snowy ground. Guoteng's path of retreat was instantly sealed off. In less than a second, he was sealed off by the spirit sword array, just like Xianxia. He couldn't go up to the sky, nor could he go down to the ground. Guoteng was trapped. Wei Zhentian, well done, Yixian praised in his heart. Each of the sky quake swords was 2 to 3 meters wide. The hundreds of sky quake swords smashed down and sealed off all of Guoteng's escape routes. If Guoteng wanted to leave, he had to break through the sky quake swords. However, Wei Zhentian was a Tier 6 first-rank spiritual treasure. Although it could not block Guoteng's attack, it could still hold him back. While Guoteng was trapped, Yixian suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void in front of him. Dragon Catching Hand. A golden true chi condensed into a palm and grabbed one of the disciples. What? Sect Master's Dragon Catching Hand? The disciple was shocked. Dragon Catching Hand was the secret technique of the Bloodrock Sect Master, Guohua. Only Guoting knew how to use it. However, now that he was captured by Yixian, he immediately showed a look of despair. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Whoosh! A head flew up. The disciple's head was chopped off. The wound was instantly sealed by ice, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. His head smashed into the snow and was covered by it. His body was also thrown away by Yixian's Dragon Catching Hand. No, don't kill me. Senior Brother Gua, save me. The last Bloodrock sect elite disciple rushed toward Guoteng with a panicked expression. Dragon Catching Hand. Yixian reached out with his claw again and captured the elite disciple. In the next moment, the latter's head was also thrown up. Under the Eye of Glory, Yixian's true chi strength increased by a lot. Even though the opponent was at the first grade true energy disaster, he could not escape from Dragon Catching Hand. This Dragon Catching Hand is really too strong. If it is repaired, its power will definitely increase by a lot. Yixian was excited. However, he did not forget where he was and quickly went to take the 4 interspatial rings. Unfortunately, these disciples who came out to train did not have many things. However, it was better than nothing. After devouring the items in the 4 interspatial rings, Yi Xian's cultivation improved. Due to the bloodline connection, his first clone and second clone in the eastern continent also improved. Now, only Guotong was left. Impossible. Why do you know Dragon Catching Hand? This is impossible. Guotong, who was trapped in the spiritual sword array, shouted loudly. One had to know that his father, the Blood Rock sect leader Guohua, had only learned Dragon Catching Hand after 10 years of practice. However, Yi Xian, who was not even 25 years old, had learned it. How is this possible? Most importantly, where did Yi Xian learn Dragon Catching Hand? Where did you learn it? That's not the point. The point is that you're going to hell. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately restored Wei Zhentian to the state of the 100 heaven-shaking swords. Guotong also regained his freedom. Run! Seeing that he was free, Guotong immediately turned around. Myriad swords returned to origin. Before the effect of myriad swords returned to origin was over, the 100 heaven-shaking swords chased after Guotong. However, at this moment, Dragon Catching Hand, Yi Xian's original body and clone reached out at the same time. In an instant, two golden palms grabbed the air. Guotong raised his hand and destroyed one of the golden palms, but it was caught by the second golden palm. Chapter 982. Dragon Catching Hand. Another golden palm appeared. At this moment, Guotong was being grabbed by two golden palms. He was in extreme pain like an ant. Guotong screamed in pain. His voice even caused an avalanche in the snow mountain in the distance. Yi Xian stood in the air and looked at Guotong quietly. He asked, "Go to hell and apologize to my master." Dissection I. 4 invisible dissection rays shot at Guotong's head. Guotong was in excruciating pain. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the top of his head disappearing. In a short while, the effect of the dissection I spread to Guotong's brain. Guotong rolled his eyes and died. At the same time, Yi Xian also deactivated his glorious state. Although he only partially activated his dissection eye, his combat strength was already extremely strong. "Master, I've avenged you," Yi Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the empty environment. However, this matter wasn't over yet. Since the Blood Rock sect leader allowed Guotong to do this, Yi Xian wouldn't let him go. Whoosh! After Guotong died, an interspatial ring flew over. It was Guotong's interspatial ring. At this moment, Guotong's entire head had been disintegrated. He died in a more miserable manner than the other four. Spirit Eye Fruit? Yi Xian checked Guotong's interspatial ring and found a treasure in it. This fruit was a little like a human's eye. Yi Xian had seen it before. It required 1 Devour point to exchange for it. He didn't expect to get 1 this time. This Spirit Eye Fruit could greatly increase the upper limit of his eye power and the recovery speed of his eye power. Of course, it could also improve his vision. Special Devour. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately used the Super Devour crystal and devoured the Spirit Eye Fruit. Immediately, the upper limit of his eye power increased by 50%. Although this battle didn't trigger a random mission, Yi Xian's harvest was very good. As for the ores in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian naturally gave them to Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notification sounded. Originally, Wei Zhentian was a grade 6, grade 1 supreme spiritual treasure. Now that it had devoured the ores, it had risen to grade 7, and its might had increased once again. It had also indirectly increased Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian put away the 5 corpses and thought for a moment. The sect master of the Blood Rock sect was an expert of the 3rd level of true energy disaster. With his current strength, he was able to fight him. However, the Blood Rock sect did not only have the sect master, there were also other elders. If he was surrounded, he would still be in danger. However, even if he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? Humph! Let's start with the Blood Rock mines. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly tore open a void door. He still had a void locator in the Blood Rock sect, which was his residence. He immediately returned to his house in the Blood Rock sect. But what surprised him was that this room had already changed owners. When he passed through the void door, he found a female disciple changing her clothes. Every inch of this female disciple's skin was seen by him. "Ah, you are—" The female disciple hurriedly covered herself with her clothes, but in the next moment, she was easily controlled by Xian. "Put on your clothes," Xian ordered. "Yes, master," the female disciple responded. Her appearance was not bad. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was smooth, and she had a pair of long legs. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely have a nosebleed, but Xian was not interested in it at all. Xian watched as she put on her clothes, then exchanged for something from them. The face-changing mask. This face-changing mask was of a very high level. It could transform into a person's appearance and at the same time conceal most of the body's aura. However, this face-changing mask had a flaw. Xian could only transform into someone controlled by his eye of control. Although it's a female, it doesn't matter. With a thought, the face-changing mask in Xian's hand changed. He put on the mask, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into the female disciple in front of him. Even his hair grew out. If others saw this, they would definitely think that this female disciple had a twin sister. Unfortunately, this face-changing mask could only change the shape of the face and hair. Even the Adam's apple disappeared. However, these changes were only limited to the neck. Xian did not change below the neck. It was because of this that Xian used this face-changing mask. Otherwise, he would not have used it. "What's your name?" Xian asked. "Master, my name is Wuxia," the female disciple replied. "All right, you stay in the room and don't go out," Xian ordered the female disciple. Then, he changed into a loose robe and walked out. Now, he was impersonating Wuxia to do something. That was to rob the Bloodcliff sect. He loved robbing the most. After all, he was only one person. The disciples, deacons, and elders of the Bloodcliff sect would all go out to train. Their combined wealth was definitely not a small sum. With the eye of perception, he could clearly sense how many people were around him and what their realms were. At this moment, he locked onto a deacon who was wandering outside. This deacon was at the 7th level of fleshly body disaster, the same as Xian. However, his strength was worlds apart from Xian's. Xian was like a gust of wind. In an instant, he swept to the back of the deacon and ruthlessly slapped him. Bang! The deacon was knocked unconscious in an instant. Then, Xian took off his yin and yang ring. When this deacon woke up and found that his yin and yang ring was empty, what kind of expression would he have? Xian dragged the deacon into the shadows and then continued wandering. Anyone who had reached the 7th grade of human body disaster would be targeted by him. Soon, he had strolled through the entire outer sect. In total, he had knocked out more than 30 people. Although he could use the eye of control to see through these people's secrets, the 4th grade eye of control could only control 20 people. Furthermore, Luo had just broken through to the 3rd grade of human body disaster. Her charm ability was not enough. Therefore, Xian could only use this method. After strolling through the entire outer sect, Xian directly entered the inner sect of the Bloodcliff sect. It was currently late at night. Therefore, there were not many people wandering outside. Almost all of the inner sect disciples were at the 7th grade of human body disaster. They were all Xian's targets. Although he was once martial brothers with these Bloodcliff sect disciples, who asked the sect master of the Bloodcliff sect to touch his reverse scale, taking advantage of tonight, Xian was going to rob the Bloodcliff sect. Chapter 983. The people in the inner sect couldn't even block one of Xian's attacks. Xian could knock them unconscious with a chop of his hand. After all, Xian had used Beast King Rampage, which increased his strength by 60%. Xian's cultivation was also constantly increasing. He had already dealt with 5 elite disciples of true energy disaster, so there were only 3 of them left in the Bloodrock sect. True energy disaster, it's too difficult to knock them unconscious. If I break through to 8th grade human body disaster, I can control them. Xian thought for a while and felt that he should give up on these disciples and elders of true energy disaster and focus on the ordinary intersect disciples. However, while he was looting, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras. So powerful, they're at least 2nd grade true energy disaster. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned serious. There were 3-second grade true energy disaster experts in the range of his senses. It was already so late. How could there be 3 such powerful elders strolling around outside? That's not right. There are only 2-second grade true energy disaster experts left in the Bloodrock sect. How could there be 3? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this loophole and immediately flew into the sky. After eating the Spirit Eye fruit, his eyesight had improved a lot. He saw that these 3-second grade true energy disaster experts were not elders of the Bloodrock sect, but experts of the Blazing Fire Villa. You 3, please wait. Suddenly, a person flew out and called out to them. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was the sect master of the Bloodrock sect, Guohua. Immediately after, the 3 people followed Guohua to a hidden place, and Yi Xian naturally followed closely behind. With his eye of perception, he could hear the conversation of these 4 people from a distance. Sect Master Gua, has the old sect master made up his mind? The old man leading the Blazing Fire Villa asked. Yes, my father has agreed. Guohua nodded. Good. The old sect master is not weak. As long as he helps us stop that old woman from Snow Wind Villa, we'll get 30%. The old man said in a low voice. 30% deal? Guohua immediately nodded. He knew what the old man meant by 30%. If that's the case, then let the old sect leader follow us back to the Raging Flames Villa. The old man continued. Guohua said, Then I'll go ask my father to come out of seclusion right now. The conversation ended quickly. Then Guohua left. As for Yi Xian, he was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it, he understood. I didn't expect the Bloodrock sect to have an old sect master in seclusion. He doesn't seem weak, or else he wouldn't have been invited to work with the Blazing Fire Manor. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. At the same time, he also guessed what the Bloodrock sect and the Raging Inferno Villa were going to do. It seemed like they were going to attack the Snow Wind Villa in one fell swoop. From their conversation just now, they knew that the old sect master had the strength to hold back Shui Hong of the Windsnow Villa. At that time, the Raging Inferno Villa could attack the Windsnow Villa to their heart's content. No, this matter must be reported back to Windsnow Villa immediately. Yi Xian looked dignified. Now that he had joined the Windsnow Villa, he naturally had to thank for the Windsnow Villa. However, just as he was about to leave, 2 more figures rushed over from the sky. One of them was Guohua, and the other was probably the old sect master. He's so strong. His aura is even stronger than Feng Wuhan's father, Feng Wenyao, but a little weaker than Shui Hong. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the old sect master was indeed qualified to fight with Shui Hong. Who's there? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Yi Xian shuddered. He turned his head and found that the old man was charging toward him. Fortunately, he was hiding in the corner and using the eye of revelation to see. The eyes of the void. Yi Xian hurriedly broke open the void gate and went in. Then, the void gate quickly closed. The old man rushed over, but he didn't find anything. He muttered, Strange, was my feeling wrong? Yi Xian, who had escaped through the void gate, had returned to his residence in the Windsnow Villa at this time. Phew, that was close. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of the eyes of the void would increase as one's realm increased. A journey of a few days could be traversed in an instant. Fortunately, he had the eyes of the void. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the old man. He didn't expect that the old man's perception to be so strong. He was already wearing an appearance-changing mask and had the Shadow Leopard bloodline, but he was still discovered. This won't do. I have to tell Wuhan about this. Yi Xian thought for a moment and was about to go out. But at this time, the door to Luo's room suddenly opened. Hey, young master? Luo sensed that someone was in her courtyard, so she came out to take a look. However, she saw a stranger. She and Yi Xian had a master and servant blood contract, so naturally, she wouldn't recognize Yi Xian by his appearance. It's me. Yi Xian took off his appearance-changing mask and revealed his true form. He said, Luo, continue to cultivate. I have to go out immediately. Okay. After confirming Yi Xian's identity, Luo returned to her room and continued to cultivate. In just one day, she had broken through from second-grade human body disaster to third-grade human body disaster. In another day, she would probably reach fourth-grade human body disaster. With her speed, she might really be able to catch up to Yixian. After leaving the courtyard, Yixian headed for Feng Wuhan's residence. The latter was practicing his sword in his own courtyard. When he saw Yixian, he smiled and said, "Yixian, how is my windy snow manor?" "Wuhan, I have something to tell you." Yixian went straight to the point and told him everything he knew. "What? The old sect master of the Bloodrock sect?" Feng Wuhan was very surprised after hearing this. "I heard that the old sect master of the Bloodrock sect, Guo, was a third-grade true energy disaster. After that, he went out to travel. I didn't expect him to have returned." Yixian's character was passable. That day, he didn't take advantage of the situation to kill Feng Wuhan and take away the windy snow token. Therefore, Feng Wuhan trusted him. That's right. Moreover, I feel that his aura is stronger than that of the Manor Master, but slightly weaker than the old Manor Master. Yixian nodded. Feng Wuhan's body trembled when he heard this. He was 20 years old this year and was already at second-grade true energy disaster. He was 7 or 8 years younger than Guotong. As for his father, as the Manor Master of the Windy Snow Manor, his strength was naturally not weak. He had already reached 4th-grade true energy disaster. As for his grandmother, Shuehong, she was an expert at 5th-grade true energy disaster. If the old Manor Master of the Bloodrock sect, Guo Xiaotian's aura, was really as Yixian said, then he was most likely an expert at 5th-grade true energy disaster. "Yixian, come with me to see my father immediately." Feng Wuhan immediately left with Yixian to find the Manor Master of the Windy Snow Manor, Feng Wenyao. This matter concerned the survival of the Windy Snow Manor. It was better to believe it than not. Chapter 984. "Wuhan, why are you looking for me so late at night?" Feng Wenyao asked in surprise. "Father." Feng Wuhan immediately entered the room and recounted the events that had just transpired. "What?" "Raging Inferno Villa roped in a 5th-tier human body disaster expert and is preparing to launch a sneak attack on our Windy Snow Villa." After Feng Wenyao and Shuehong heard this, they were also shocked. "How did you know about this?" Shuehong asked in confusion. Faced with this question, Feng Wuhan could only turn to look at Yixian. Even the elders of Bloodrock sect did not know about this secret conversation. So how did Yixian, who was far away in Windy Snow Villa, know about it? "It's like this," Yixian began to narrate again. Starting from when he entered the snowy mountains, Mit Guo Tung broke through the void and arrived at Bloodrock sect. He happened to hear about this matter. Broke through the void and went directly from the snowy mountains to Bloodrock sect? Shuehong, Feng Wenyao, and Feng Wuhan were all shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this. "I know you don't believe me, so you can try it yourself." After Yixian finished speaking, his eyes flashed. The next moment, a void door opened beside him. "What is this?" Shuehong and Feng Wenyao rushed over. Yixian did not say anything and directly went in. Feng Wuhan and the other two also followed. Then they were shocked. "This is the snowy mountains?" Feng Wuhan exclaimed. "That's right. I use this to go directly from the snowy mountains to Bloodrock sect." Yixian nodded. At this time, he had already brought Feng Wuhan and the other two to the place where he killed Guotong. Feng Wuhan and the other two were shocked. It would take nearly a day's journey from Windy Snow Villa to Bloodrock sect. It would take at least 3 days to travel from here to Bloodrock sect at full speed. What a magical martial art. This is not an illusion. We are really in the snowy mountains, Feng Wenyao exclaimed. He had lived for several decades, but this was the first time he had heard of a martial art that could break through the void and travel. "Forget about you. Even I can't do it. This martial art seems to be a bridge between two places, but this method is something that even Manifestation Realm experts can't do." Shuehong was also astonished. Feng Wuhan was also very shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Yixian, where did you get this martial art from?" "I learned this from my inherited memories when I broke through to the human body disaster. However, opening the void gate requires the consumption of one's vitality." Yixian casually made up a lie. making the other party think that he had paid a great price for it. Usually, only powerful people could leave behind their memories, such as Lala's ancestors. Looks like Yi Xian's ancestor was a super strong warrior, Feng Wuhan said enviously. Opening this void gate consumes life force. Let's hurry back. Shui Hong immediately passed through the void door and returned to Feng Wenyao's residence. Now, they believed what Yi Xian said. With this void door, we can directly go to the Bloodrock sect. However, that Guoxiaodian has probably already left the Bloodrock sect and headed to the Blazing Fire Manor. If he and the Blazing Fire Manor's old manor master, Chai Jin, I won't be able to defeat them, Shui Hong said thoughtfully. Mother, then how should we deal with it? Should we move out now and intercept that Guoxiaodian? Feng Wenyao asked. Shui Hong immediately shook her head and said, No. First of all, we don't know their route. Moreover, once I leave the Windy Snow Manor, if the Blazing Fire Manor takes advantage of this, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Grandmother, then what should we do? Feng Wuhan asked. Shui Hong pondered for a moment and said, If we didn't know about the cooperation between the Blazing Fire Manor and the Bloodrock sect, we would definitely suffer heavy losses and might even be exterminated. However, now that we know about this, why don't we set up an ambush and let them walk right into the trap? After hearing this, everyone silently nodded. This was indeed a good idea. So, Mother, you want to invite Aunt? Feng Wenyao raised his eyebrows. Your aunt is in Yang City, a few days away from our Windy Snow Manor. Wenyao, immediately send a few people to invite her over. In addition, call Wuchen back as well. Shui Hong said to Feng Wenyao. Wuchen was Feng Wuhan's elder brother. He had already broken through to the 3rd layer of True Energy Disaster and was currently breaking through to the 4th layer of True Energy Disaster. He was the #1 genius of the Windy Snow Manor. Okay, I'll go now. Feng Wenyao nodded. At this time, Feng Wuhan suddenly said, Father, please wait a moment. What? Feng Wenyao looked at Feng Wuhan strangely. Our Windy Snow Manor will take nearly 7 days to go and return. If we encounter an ambush on the way and can't make it back, then it will be troublesome. Therefore, I think it's better to let Yi Xian go. When the time comes, he can directly open the Eye of the Void and immediately return to our Windy Snow Manor. Feng Wuhan suggested. Hearing this, Feng Wenyao and Shui Hong suddenly remembered this matter. Yi Xian could open the Eye of the Void and directly travel from the Windy Snow Manor to the Bloodrock sect. As long as he reached Yang City, he could use the Eye of the Void to quickly return to the Windy Snow Manor, saving a lot of time. That's right. Our manor is always being watched. If experts go out, they will easily be attacked. Yi Xian is only at the 7th layer of human body disaster. As long as he disguises himself, no one will notice. Feng Wenyao nodded. He had heard of Yi Xian's strength. When he was at the 6th layer of human body disaster, he had severely injured Xianxia, who was at the 1st layer of True Energy Disaster. Now that he was at the 7th layer of human body disaster, it wouldn't be a problem for him to complete the mission. Yi Xian, I have a longevity pill here. After refining it, it can increase your lifespan by 5 years. As the reward for this mission, are you willing to go to Yang City? Shui Hong suddenly took out a jade bottle from her universe ring. Longevity pill? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This thing was also available in the universe ring. Moreover, it was very expensive. Even he couldn't afford it now. This pill might be able to help him break through to the 8th layer of human body disaster. Okay. Yi Xian immediately nodded. Shui Hong didn't say anything else and threw the longevity pill to Yi Xian. Then, she took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter and a keepsake for Yi Xian. Since that's the case, you should leave immediately. You must reach Yang City within 5 days. Shui Hong handed the letter to Yi Xian and said, Wenyao, add more people to the snowstorm array. Yes. Feng Wenyao nodded. Then, Yi Xian directly left. Yi Xian, please be careful. Feng Wuhan reminded. I will. Yi Xian revealed a confident smile. Wasn't a mere letter delivery mission a piece of cake for him? Chapter 985. Yi Xian would kill every single person at the first or second level of true energy disaster that came. Even if he met an expert at the third level of fleshly body disaster, if Yi Xian couldn't beat them, wouldn't he be able to escape? Immediately, he left Wind Snow Villa and rushed to Yang City according to the map. Shuihong gave him a deadline of 5 days, but Yi Xian felt that it was too long. After all, ordinary people needed to sit down and rest to recover their true energy and physical strength. However, he could travel 24 hours a day, so he could reach Yang City in less than 3 days. However, less than an hour after he left Wind Snow Villa, some people followed him. This kid is only in the 7th layer of human body disaster. Should we kill him? 3 men quietly followed Yi Xian, and one of them asked in a low voice. No matter how small the mosquito is, it's just a matter of 1 slash, the leader replied in a low voice. The 3 of them were in the 9th layer of human body disaster and belonged to Raging Fire Villa. They specialized in killing the disciples of Wind Snow Villa who passed by. Of course, even if they weren't from Wind Snow Villa, they wouldn't let them go. They were bandits. At that moment, the 3 of them approached Yi Xian. "Little brother, please wait," the leader shouted at Yi Xian. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Xian had already heard their conversation, so he turned around and attacked. Ice Snow Sword Technique. Sword Force. Yi Xian instantly attacked, catching the 3 of them off guard. Rip, rip, rip. 3 crisp sounds were heard, and 3 heads were sent flying, falling to the ground with a plop. A mere human body disaster dares to have designs on me. Yi Xian paused, turned around, and collected the 3 universe rings and corpses, then continued on his way. Just now, he had already used a special devouring method to refine the longevity pill, but he didn't break through to the 8th layer of human body disaster because of it, which made him a little depressed. Now, he had 3 more gains, which was pretty good. The longevity pill could increase one's lifespan by 5 years, but each person could only take it once. The lifespan of a martial artist would increase as their realm increased. The lifespan of a first-grade true energy disaster was approximately 150 years. However, most martial artists would have internal injuries, hidden diseases, and so on. These injuries were more or less left behind from fighting with others in their early years, and many a little makes a mickle. Once these injuries flared up, it would be useless even if one still had a few decades of lifespan. Therefore, in this world where the strong were respected and people were dying all the time, living to 100 years was already not bad. Only some hermits or ascetics who were used to living alone and standing aloof from worldly affairs would be able to live longer. Yi Xian had overdrawn his vitality a few times before, but he probably wouldn't have used up as much as 5 years. Therefore, he had profited from this longevity pill. After dealing with the first wave of trouble, Yi Xian continued to move forward. The most important thing right now was to reach Yang City. Since he had been traveling in a straight line, even if there were danger zones, he had been traveling in a straight line for an entire day. In another day, he would have arrived at Yang City. However, just as he passed by a small town, he heard a tragic cry. Rumble, don't kill me. One after another, the cries fell into Yi Xian's ears. These cries came from outside Yi Xian's sensory range, so he didn't know what was happening in that small town. What's going on? Could it be bandits or something? Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He liked bandits, robbers, and the like. That way, he could kill them and be happy. Immediately, he rushed over. When he got closer, he saw that the people in the small town were fleeing at full speed within his sensory range. Among them, there was a figure chasing after them. The small town was littered with corpses. Sure enough, someone is massacring. Yi Xian shuddered. He felt that the person who had massacred that small town was at least a second-grade true energy disaster. When you see injustice on the road, you draw your sword to help. How dare you massacre a town in broad daylight? Watch me cut you down. Yi Xian's sense of justice suddenly exploded. Although he had done many things like killing and robbing, he had never massacred a town. In an instant, Yi Xian grasped the Skyquake sword in his right hand and charged over. However, the closer he got, the more he felt that something was wrong. The person who had massacred the small town actually had long, slender fingernails, disheveled hair, and a sharp and miserable cry. Could it be a ghost spirit? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Ghost spirits were formed from the deep resentment of people after they died. They were bloodthirsty and killed every living thing they saw. To deal with such creatures, the Xianxia Palace's Xianxia sword arts would be more effective. However, this was the first time Yixian had encountered a ghost spirit in recent years. Moreover, it was a second-grade true energy disaster. No matter what kill, Yixian was too lazy to care so much. He had helped the people of this small town resolve their crisis. When the time came, he would take the cosmos rings of those killed by the ghost spirit as a reward. He had done his duty. However, when he approached again, he found that the ghost spirit's voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Soon, he arrived outside the small town. When he saw the face of the ghost spirit who had massacred the small town, his whole body trembled. Yangzhen, Yixian cried out in alarm. This ghost spirit with long, slender fingernails was actually Elder Yangzhen, who had been ordered to have her cultivation crippled by the Blood Rock sect master Wuxia. How is this possible? He didn't kill Yangzhen, so how did she die? Could it be that she was too domineering before, so after her cultivation was crippled, she was killed by her enemy and turned into a ghost spirit? However, in the next moment, Yixian realized that Yangzhen was still alive. She wasn't dead. Under the eye of revelation, Yangzhen still had signs of life, so she wasn't dead. She had only become something that was neither human nor ghost. As for what exactly she had become, Yixian didn't know. However, his cry of alarm earlier was heard by Yangzhen. Yangzhen turned her head. When she saw Yixian, her scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Yixian, Yixian, you killed my 2 sons. I'm going to kill you. Yangzhen killed a martial artist beside her who was on the verge of death, then quickly charged towards Yixian. If she was a ghost spirit, she would have floated in the air instead of running on the ground. Therefore, Yixian concluded that Yangzhen had been refined into a living corpse. This was because Yangzhen didn't have any true energy in her body, but her physique was more than 10 times stronger than before. CKU, what's going on? Yixian cursed in his heart and prepared to fight. That day, he didn't kill Yangzhen out of respect for young Master Feng Shui. As a result, Yangzhen became something that was neither human nor ghost and massacred the entire small town. Today, he was going to kill Yangzhen as an offering to those people in heaven. 10,000 ancestral swords go. Chapter 986. Return of the 1,000 swords go. Yixian threw the heaven-shaking sword without hesitation. The latter instantly split into hundreds of swords and flew towards Yangzhen. But what surprised Yixian was that although Yangzhen did not have true qi, her physique was much faster than before, even surpassing Guoteng. She actually dodged the return of the 1,000 swords and directly attacked Yixian. You have some ability. Yixian snorted lightly. His eyes emitted a golden light, and his hair turned golden in an instant. Eyes of Glory, Beast King Rage, Clone. Yixian split into 2. His sword was as fast as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks flew towards Yangzhen. But unexpectedly, Yangzhen still dodged them. Damn it, how did she become so strong? Yixian was extremely shocked. With his current strength, he could almost instantly kill the Yangzhen from that day. But the current Yangzhen, even after he revealed his trump card, he still could not do anything. What the CK? Yixian, I will kill you and avenge my 2 sons. Yangzhen screamed in a shrill voice as she rushed in front of Yixian. At the same time, Yixian also heard a system notification. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission to kill Yangzhen in her zombie state. Reward 1 Devour point. Hearing this, Yixian was speechless. That day, he did not complete the random mission to kill Yangzhen. But at that time, the reward was only to choose an advancement path of the Beast God bloodline, which was very limited. But now, the reward was 1 Devour point, which meant that he could use it to strengthen other bloodlines. What profit? Of course, he had to complete the mission to get the Devour point reward. Looking at you disgusts me. Die. Yixian did not care about anything else and attacked crazily. The two blonde Yixian continuously brandished golden sword qi. The scene was very beautiful. But at this time, Yang Zhen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Yixian. Die! Yang Zhen opened her mouth wide and her hands turned into claws. She clawed viciously at Yixian's main body. But at this moment, a giant sword suddenly fell from the sky and blocked her claws. ZZ. The sharp claws actually pierced through the giant sword. However, this heaven-shaking giant sword gave Yixian some time to catch his breath. 10,000 swords returned to origin, spiritual sword formation. The heaven-shaking giant swords in the sky fell down one after another and instantly sealed Yang Zhen inside, leaving only a few neck-sized holes. At this moment, Yixian's main body and doppelganger began to run wildly around the spiritual sword array. Disintegration Eye. Snow sword technique. That small hole was just enough for the decomposition ray to pass through. But what shocked Yixian the most was that this time, Yang Zhen actually braved the decomposition ray, opened up a small hole with both hands, and forcibly crawled out of the small hole. How is this possible? Yixian was so frightened that he almost swallowed his tongue. What the hell was this Yang Zhen? How could her body twist like that and crawl out a neck-sized hole? Oh my god! Now, he did not dare to be careless. This Yang Zhen was really too terrifying, and he had to treat her seriously. It seems that this is the only way. Yixian's main body continued to use the disintegration eye, while his doppelganger directly flew towards the small town. Yang Zhen did not have an interspatial ring on her, and after he swallowed the longevity pill, he was still a bit away from breaking through. So he let his doppelganger rush into the small town, hoping to break through. At this moment, Yang Zhen had already crawled out of the spiritual sword array. Myriad swords cut her. Yixian hurriedly controlled the heaven-shaking swords. Hundreds of heaven-shaking swords instantly shrank and swept towards Yang Zhen, but she still nimbly dodged them. Yixian, you can't escape. I'm going to drink your blood, skin you, pull out your tendons, and feed your bones to the dogs. As Yang Zhen muttered, she chased after Yixian with disheveled hair. UB*TCH. Yixian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately turned around to run, trying to pull away from Yang Zhen. However, after using the Beast King Rampage, his speed was still slower than Yang Zhen's. He was extremely helpless. Yang Zhen's current strength was probably comparable to that of the Bloodstone sect leader, Guohua. Dragon Catching Hand. Yixian suddenly turned around and grabbed at the air towards Yang Zhen, who was madly chasing after him. A golden palm appeared, catching Yang Zhen off guard, but in the blink of an eye, it was broken by Yang Zhen. As expected, the dragon catching hand was also useless. However, Yixian noticed something. When Yang Zhen was grabbed by the golden palm, her body emitted a sizzling sound like roasted meat, and steam was emitted. Yang Zhen was also frowning in pain. It was obvious that she had been hurt. The Eye of Glory has such an effect. Yixian raised an eyebrow. He had previously learned the Prime Clarity Sword technique, which had a beneficial effect on things like corpses and ghosts. However, he did not expect that the sword qi under the Eye of Glory would have the same effect. However, this effect was useless to him now. Yang Zhen easily broke through the dragon catching hand, so it would not be so easy to catch her next time, so Yixian did not use it. Soon, Yang Zhen caught up to him. You old woman, take this. Yixian turned around and swung his sword. At the same time, he opened up a void door in the direction he was charging. When his sword qi slashed out, he dove headfirst into it. Whoosh! The void door closed just as Yang Zhen arrived. Where did you go? Yang Zhen widened her bloody eyes and looked around, but did not find Yixian. Yixian had escaped? No. He had used the Eye of the Void to cross a distance and come to the town where Yang Zhen had slaughtered him. Hurry up, collect the interspatial rings, and give them to me. Wei Zhentian, don't wander around. Hurry up. Yixian was burning with anxiety. In fact, he could use the Eye of the Void to escape, but the nearest location besides this town was the Wind Snow Villa. It was impossible for him to return to the Wind-Snow Villa and waste a day in vain. After all, he was going to kill Yangzhen and get rid of evil for the people. When Yixian approached the town was already full of corpses. There were more than 1,000 corpses, among which there were true qi disaster experts. Yixian's original body, his doppelganger, and Wei Zhentian quickly searched the interspatial rings and tried to break through. They were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had collected all the interspatial rings and then devoured them all. Yixian, so this is where you were hiding. Die. A miserable cry fell into Yixian's ears. Yangzhen had come to kill him again. However, at this time, Yixian secretly revealed a smile. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 8th fleshly body disaster. Finally, he had broken through. Now, Yixian was not afraid of Yangzhen at all. Chapter 987. Yixian, go to hell. Yangzhen flashed in front of Yixian. But at that moment, Yixian suddenly attacked. Wind and snow sword technique. Bang! The golden sword qi collided with Yangzhen's claws, and in the blink of an eye, it caused a violent tremor. This time, Yangzhen was sent flying. Combined. Yixian's original body and doppelganger instantly combined, and his strength skyrocketed by 30%. In a one-on-one situation, it was better to combine. Yangzhen, although I don't know what the hell you've become, I'll still send you to hell. Yixian roared angrily. The skyquake sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he swiftly slashed out with all his strength. Yangzhen also felt the change in Yixian's aura. She immediately used both hands to block, but in the next moment, her hands were blasted apart by the golden sword qi. Run! Yangzhen was not considered a ghost spirit, so she still had consciousness. She immediately turned around and ran. At that moment, Yixian's strength was no longer something she could fight against. Now can you run? Yixian's lips curled into a cold smile, and he slashed out with his sword once again. Now it was up to Yangzhen, who had lost her hands, how to block it. No, you can't kill me. I'm the corpse man's. Before Yangzhen could finish her words, she was struck by the golden sword qi. Immediately, a violent explosion occurred, and Yangzhen's body was blown apart. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Corpse ghost mark. The moment Yangzhen died, a black light suddenly rushed into Yixian's body. Ding! The host has been struck by the corpse ghost mark. The system notified. Yangzhen's body fell to the ground with a thud, but Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Instead, he was wondering what he had been struck by. It seems that it's another tracking mark. Could that corpse man be the one who refined Yangzhen into this? Yixian raised an eyebrow, feeling that he had gotten himself into trouble. However, the world was so big. It was not easy to meet a person. As long as Yixian's realm was high enough, he could erase this corpse ghost mark. Of course, he could also ask other experts for help. Therefore, Yixian did not pay much attention to it. Ding! The host has successfully killed Yang. Random mission completed. Reward: 1 Devour point. The system notified again. Now, Yixian had 2 Devour points. With 3 more points, he would be able to create another doppelganger. Of course, he could also use it to strengthen his other bloodlines. I'll save them first. Yixian's face was filled with joy. 2 Devour points were very useful. He immediately put away all the corpses and buried them when the time came. After all, this matter was more or less related to him. Of course, he left. However, when Yixian left the town, a young man sitting cross-legged on a stone cave in the Penglai sacred land suddenly opened his eyes. Is he dead? The young man murmured. Although it's a defective product, it can't be killed by just anyone. Iron-faced ghost corpse, go kill that kid. Then, in another place far away, a man wearing a gray mask stood up and left the cave. Yixian, unaware that he had become a target, was on his way to Yiyang City. A day later, he finally arrived at Yiyang City, where Feng Wuhan's grandmother lived. Feng Wuhan's grandmother lives in the Shui clan of Yiyang City. It is said that there are 2 5th-grade true energy disaster experts. Feng Wuhan's elder brother, Feng Wuchen, is also here. Xian thought to himself as he entered Yiyang City. After asking around, he quickly found out the location of the Shui clan and quickly rushed over. "Who are you?" A guard of the Shui clan stopped Xian. "I'm here to look for Shui Qing, the head of the Shui clan. I'm from the Windy Snow Manor," Xian said directly. "Windy Snow Manor? Do you have a keepsake?" the guard asked. He had been in the Shui clan for more than 10 years, so he knew the relationship between the Shui clan and the Windy Snow Manor. "Yes." Xian handed over the keepsake of the Windy Snow Manor and Shui Hong's letter to the guard. "Okay, come in with me." After the guard verified it, he led Xian into the Shui clan and waited in a hall. Not long after, an old woman with a head full of white hair walked in with a few people. "Senior Shui Hong?" "No, it's twins." Xian raised his eyebrows. He found that the old woman looked exactly the same as Shui Hong, the head of the Windy Snow Manor, even if her hair was white. However, their auras were different. After the old woman came in, she asked directly, "What happened to the Windy Snow Manor?" The letter that Xian handed in just now only said that the Windy Snow Manor was in great trouble. As for the specific details, Xian had to tell her personally. "Senior Shui Qing, it's like this." Xian hurriedly told her what had happened. In short, there are 2 5th-grade true energy disasters in the Blazing Fire Manor, and they are preparing to launch a sneak attack on the Windy Snow Manor. The old woman instantly understood. "Yes, that's why the head of the manor wants to invite you to set up an ambush and wait for the Blazing Fire Manor to walk into the trap." Xian nodded. "In that case, there's no time to lose. I'll immediately gather people and rush to the Windy Snow Manor." After the old woman finished speaking, she was ready to give the order to gather experts and wipe out the Blazing Fire Manor in one fell swoop. "Senior, please wait." At this time, Xian suddenly stopped her. Without wasting any time, he directly used the eyes of the void. A void door was opened, and then he went through it. He had left a void positioning device in the Shui clan, and the Windy Snow Manor also had one, so he could teleport anywhere. It was very convenient. What kind of method is this? The old woman and the group of Shui clan disciples behind her were shocked. They curiously passed through the void door and found that the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. "This is the Windy Snow Manor?" The group of Shui clan disciples was shocked. At this time, there were already several figures in front of them. They were Shui Hong, Feng Wenyao, and the others in the Windy Snow Manor. As soon as Xian arrived in Yiyang City, he asked Luluo to inform Shui Hong. "Sister." Seeing Shui Qing coming over, Shui Hong hurriedly went to greet her. "Sister, what's going on?" At first, Shui Qing thought that she had entered an illusion. However, with her realm, it was impossible for Xian, an 8th-grade human body disaster boy, to make her fall into an illusion. "Sister, this is Xian's secret skill. It can directly connect the Windy Snow Manor and the Shui clan, but the price is vitality." Shui Hong explained and said, "The Blazing Fire Manor will probably make a move in a few days. At that time, we will need your help."